backbone of a society's economy. But infrastructures must also keep up with modern society. It must be technology-driven to take advantage of innovations, allowing the completion of public works in weeks or even days. It must be climate and disaster resilient to adapt and prepare for the rapid changes in our planet. And it must be responsive to the country's ever-growing population and its ever-increasing demand for efficient delivery of public services, including energy, water, and public transportation. These are among the challenges facing the department, and it requires full support from all sectors. This is the basis of the committee's support for the 718.36 billion proposed budget of the DPWH for 2023 to enable the country to meet and surpass these challenges. With that, we now open the DPWH budget deliberations. Thank you. Vice Chair Stella Kimbo.
Mr. Chair, ikinararangal kong ipakilala ang sponsors ng DPWH budget. By tradition, the lead sponsor is Appropriations Chairman Ellis Aldico. Co-sponsors are Representative Ronald V. Singson, 1st District of Ilocos Sur, Representative Romeo Momo of the 1st District, Surigao del Sur, Representative David J. Suarez, 2nd District of Quezon Province, Jose Alvarez of Palawan, 2nd District, Representative Luisa Lloren Quaresma of the Lone District of Nueva Vizcaya, Representative Joseph Jojo Lara of the 3rd District of Cagayan, Representative Eric Martinez of the 2nd District of Valenzuela City, Representative Francisco Jose Bingo Matugas, the 2nd of the 1st District, Surigao del Norte. So sila po ang mag-a-assist at magpa-facilitate ng inyong speedy deliberation para sa plenary debates. And at this point, Mr. Chair, allow me to give some opening remarks. Muli, isang magandang umaga po sa atin lahat. Today is the last day of budget briefings at the committee level. Next week, we begin plenary debates. And the DPWH budget, although last to be taken up, is certainly not the least in terms of magnitude and contribution to economic growth. An IMF study indicates that improved investment in public infrastructure will directly contribute an additional 5 to 6% in GDP over the next 15 years. Ang infrastructure projects ay nakakapagbigay ng trabaho, income, at oportunidad sa mga Pilipino. When completed, these projects allow for an efficient and smooth flow of products and services. According to NEDA, the multiplier effect of infrastructure projects is about 2.27. Ang ibig sabihin po nito, for every 1 peso spent on infrastructure, 2.27 pesos is contributed to total GDP. And its large multiplier effect is the reason why infrastructure development has long been a core policy of various administrations. NEDA further estimates that public infrastructure spending from 2017 onwards will contribute nearly 1.3 trillion pesos to the economy, or 4.9% of GDP by 2022. The current administration pledges to build on the gains from the previous years by implementing firmly funded build programs and refocusing others to strengthen industry linkages as well as physical and digital connectivity. Kaya't mananatiling mahalaga ang papel na gagampanan ng DPWH. It is mandated to plan and implement public works such as roads, bridges, flood control, and water resource projects. These projects will not only directly create jobs, they will also enhance connectivity, which reduces the cost of doing business and creates economic opportunities. Napakarami pa pong nakaplanong gawain ng DPWH. Today, we shall discuss their overall budget amounting to 718.3 billion pesos, which makes up 13.6% of the entire 2023 budget. We all look forward to a productive meeting kung kinakailangan po natin umabot hanggang hating gabi, kaming lahat po dito ay handa po na pakinggan at talakayin ang DPWH budget. Maraming salamat po. And at this point, Mr. Chair, let me recognize Vice Chair Ronald Singson for his sponsorship remarks.
Thank you. Mr. Chair, today we resume the hearings on the proposed budget of the national government for fiscal year 2023, starting with the DPWH. I am honored to have been made lead sponsor for the DPWH budget here at the lower house. We will listen, scrutinize, and review the proposed budget. Recognizing the vital role of infrastructure in economic growth, Ferdinand Marcos Jr. vowed to expand the flagship infrastructure program of the Duterte administration and now build better more. The President intends to do this by embarking on new infrastructure projects while continuing key programs that have started under the previous administration. Moreover, the President has also instructed the DPWH to continue the prioritization of infrastructure that would aid in the food security program of the government amid the rising inflation. Other priorities are interconnectivity of regions and convergence programs with other agencies. I laud the Marcos administration for this commitment, but to be able to fully realize this, adequate funding is needed. The budget proposal for fiscal year 2023 of DPWH, which amounts to around 718 billion, forms part of the Marcos administration's first full-year budget. This is crucial in the meeting of our economic growth targets in the coming years. Having said that, Mr. Chair, I look forward to a fruitful and productive meeting today. And so, Mr. Chair, I give the floor to DPWH Secretary Manuel Bonoan for the presentation of their proposed budget. Thank you very much.
Secretary Manny Buran, you may proceed.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman and the honorable distinguished members of the House of Representatives. First of all, I would like to say that it's an honor and privilege for the Department of Public Works and Highways to present to this august body the proposed budget of the department for calendar year 2023. I prepared an opening remarks, but all the items that I wanted to say has already been mentioned by the distinguished co-sponsors of the budget. So in the terms of time, I think we will just continue to present the budget of the department, if you wish, Mr. Chairman.
Please proceed.
Mr. Chairman, let me just start, to repeat that the core functions of the Department of Public Works and Highways functions as the engineering and construction arm of the government, tasked to continuously develop its technology for the purpose of ensuring the safety of all infrastructure facilities and securing for all public works and highways the highest efficiency and quality in construction. The Department of Public Works and Highways, next slide please. The Department of Public Works and Highways is currently responsible for the planning, design, construction, and maintenance of infrastructure, especially national highways, flood control and water resources development system, and other public works in accordance with national development objectives. Next slide, please. Let me just briefly present, actually, since this is one of the major responsibilities of the department, let me just briefly present to the august body the condition of Philippine road network, particularly on the national roads. We, as of October 2021, the total inventory of our national roads all over the country totals to about 34,551. This is made up of the primary, secondary, and tertiary roads. To cut short, Mr. Chairman, out of the 34,251 kilometers of national roads, 33,769 kilometers have been paved, or this represents about 98.67% of the total network. The bridges, for the bridges along the national roads, we have a total of 8,546. That's equivalent to 388,057 lineal meters. Out of these bridges, 8,520 are already permanent bridges, representing about 99.7%, Mr. Chairman. For the local roads, for the information of the body, the inventory of local roads totals to about 177,595. This consists of provincial, municipal, city, and barangay roads. I would like to highlight that the barangay roads total to about 116,765. And as far as the conditions of the roads, of the total local roads, 177,595, 33,479, or 18%, 18.85% are paved roads. Now let me just briefly go through the DPWH strategic program for our infrastructure development, Mr. Chairman. The DPWH Strategic Infrastructure Program is hinged by the Build Better More program of this administration that will address traffic congestion, integrated and seamless transport system, livable, sustainable, resilient communities, and convergence and rural road development program. Under the traffic congestion program, we intend actually to implement what we call a high standard highway projects that will expand the national roads and the construction of expressways, bypasses, diversion roads, flyovers, interchanges, underpasses. Under the integrated and seamless transport system, the roads that will be leading to the corridors in the Mindanao area, inter-island linkage, mega bridge program, and we will have the program to connect gaps along the national roads and construction of new bridges. Under livable and sustainable resilient communities, we will continue to implement our flood control program, integrated water resources management program, disaster risk reduction and climate change adaptation program, infrastructure support for marginalized sectors, women and elderly, physically challenged, including the construction of build bike lanes, facilities, and pedestrian infrastructure for active transport. For the Convergence and Rural Road Development Program, we will continue to construct and upgrade access roads to designated tourism destinations, industrial trade corridors, roll-on, roll-off ports, seaports, railway station, and airports. We will also continue to construct the farm-to-market and farm-to-mill roads under the Department of Agriculture Support Program. And of course, the department has also been tasked to continue for the construction of classrooms under the basic education facilities funded by the Department of Education. Next slide, please. Here in the next slide, Mr. Chairman, we are just trying to show how the budget of the department trends over several years. It will be noted, Mr. Chairman, that 2019, 2020, to 2021, the budget started to increase from a low of 454.79 billion pesos in 2019, gradually increasing in 2022 to 786.6 billion pesos, or 13% increase over the 2021 budget of 695.670 billion. In 2023, Mr. Chairman, the National Expenditure Program level that has been given to the Department of Public Works and Highways is 718.36 billion pesos. Well, this is 9%, a little bit 9% lower than the total budget allocation in 2022, Mr. Chairman. Next slide, please. Mr. Chairman, again, we're presenting to you the trend of our capital outlay program. And these are, when we say capital outlay, these are the budget that goes through the projects of the various projects of the Department of Public Works and Highways. Again, the lowest in the last 4 years in 2019. In 2019, I said the capital program in 2019 totals to 428.6 billion pesos, and it was gradually increasing again. And in 2022, the capital program of the Department of Public Works and Highways is totals to about 769.67 billion pesos. Excuse me. That is made up of for the highways sector. The allocation in 2022 is about 300.2 billion pesos. For flood control, it is 128.97 billion pesos. And for other infrastructures, totals to about 340.51 billion pesos. Under the proposed 2023 CY 2023 budget, Mr. Chairman, the total capital expenditure has been allocated 675.38 billion pesos. That is made up of, for highways, 288.61 billion pesos, flood control, 168.9 billion pesos, and for other infrastructure, 217.87 billion pesos. That is for the National Expenditure Program. Mr. Chairman, I think this is our last slide for the time being, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Salamat, Secretary Bonoan. At this point, we open the floor to questions. Just a few reminders to our members. You have 5 minutes for your questions. And to our DPWH officials, these 5 minutes will not include your responses. So, in the interest of time, you are highly encouraged to answer directly, completely, yet concisely. And we also have a long-standing tradition in the House where we accord preferential treatment to our minority members, and they will be followed by our majority members in an alternating manner. So at this point, the Chair recognizes from the minority for his interpellation, Senior Deputy Minority Leader, Paul Ruiz Daza.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Speaker Martin Romualdez, Majority Leader Manix Dalipe, Chairman Sadico, and our Vice Chair of the Committee on Appropriations, my colleagues, Secretary Manny Bunoan, and the other officials of the Department of Public Works and Highways, and other visitors. Maayong buntag, maupayngaga sa iyong atanan. In behalf of the Minority Leader, Congressman Nonoy Libanan, we would like to welcome you, Secretary, to the House of Representatives. We sincerely believe that the President made a very good choice in his appointment for this department.
Thank you, Your Honor.
We know that there are many problems facing the department, our country, and we are here all today to make sure that the budget of the department will be reviewed, examined, and scrutinized with the end view of having a better budget for 2023 for the country. Allow me to share a good saying, and it goes, a good roadmap will get you to your destination. And I think that's our guide for today. We want to create a better roadmap which will bring us to our destination, which is nation building. What we want, Madam Chair, the good Secretary, I think all of us, our vision and aim is for an equitable distribution of resources so that all provinces receive their fair share of infrastructure development. We all believe in urban and countryside development. Together, we will come up with a better budget for the department, and I thank the officials for their time today. And in that light, I'd like to welcome you again, and thank you for the preferential priority for the minority, Madam Chair. Just as an administrative matter, Madam Chair, this representation has requested through letters and in the pre-budget hearing certain reports and documentation, which we would like to remind the department to submit hopefully this week before the plenary debate, Madam Chair.
Secretary Bonoan, kindly take note of the request of the gentleman from Northern Samar.
Noted, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, thank you. We will comply.
Do you wish to respond?
That's all, Madam Chair. In the interest of time, I will now yield to the next interpreter.
Thank you, Rep. Dasha. The chair now recognizes from the majority, Deputy Majority Leader Jam Baronda.
Thank you so much, Madam Chair, to esteemed colleagues, Secretary Manuel Bunoan, and the men and women of the DPWH. Mr. Chair, the Department of Public Works and Highways has a good record of utilization of the budget allotted for them. For 2019, they utilized 85.3% of their budget. For 2020, 91.8%, while for 2021, 88.3%. May we know for the record what is the current budget obligation rate of the department?
Thank you, Your Honor. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, yes, let me start with the fiscal year 2021. 2021, our allotment for the capital outlays is 681.5 billion, and our obligations stands at 642.8 billion, or 94%. However, actually, the disbursement rate of the capital outlay at this point in time is 395.7 billion pesos, or 58%. For fiscal year 2022, Mr. Chairman, the total allotment of 812.4 billion. The total obligation as of this time, Mr. Chairman, is 732.1 billion pesos, or 90% obligations. Now, the disbursement rate at this time, Mr. Chairman, amounts to 296.6 billion pesos, or 37% of the allotment of 812.4 billion pesos, Mr. Chairman. Thank you.
Madam Chair, considering that your current obligation is lower than your average budget utilization, are you confident that at the end of the year, you'll be able to utilize 100% budget before the year ends?
Mr. Chairman, I have looked into the historical trend of the department in their absorptive capacity over the years. And while it's true that the disbursement rate at this point in time seems to be a little low, I think there has been, I am confident that we will be able to maintain the same absorptive capacity of 90% by the end of the year, Mr. Chairman. We have had several payables that we are now requesting the Department of Budget and Management for the release of cash obligations at this point in time, Mr. Chairman, and we are just awaiting our payables that we will increase our absorbing capacity in 2022, Mr. Chairman.
Tinatanong ko to, Madam Chair, kasi 10% ng 700 plus, 70 billion pa rin. And if you will not be able to obligate your budget allocation, how much is your expected unused appropriation for this year?
As I mentioned, Mr. Chairman, for 2022, as of now, our obligations have already reached 90%, and we still have a few more months actually to obligate many of the projects. Mr. Chairman, I said that will be only about 80 billion. So we are confident that we should be able to, well, honestly, it may not be 100%, but we will be able to obligate almost 95, substantially, the entire budget allocation for 2022, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you so much. We look forward, Mr. Secretary, na maabot natin kung pwede lang 98% kasi sayang pa rin yung 80 billion na hindi nagagastos. Mr. Chair, yun nga sinasabi ko na sasayangan ako sa pondo para sa infrastruktura na kailangan gastusin ng departamento. And I understand, nung time ng pandemic, pwede natin maintindihan yon. When it comes to ranking kasi sa competitiveness sa buong mundo, we rank number 57 out of 63 countries. Naunahan pa tayo ng Indonesia, rank 52, and Malaysia 37. So ano kayang gagawin mo? Dapat mong gawin ang pwede mong gawin na ma-improve man lang kahit na gawin natin 98%. Kasi Mr. Secretary, nasasayangan ako nung 2019, merong 83 billion unused appropriation ang DPWH. Noong 2020, 83 billion. Yung 2021 naman, 87.6 billion. So sayang po, sana natapos na yung Comprehensive Development Plan for sa Iloilo na 6 billion para dun sa flooding, pag-address ng flooding. Mr. Chair, I would like to know how the department used their Quick Response Fund. Saan po nila ginagamit ito at saan ba dapat gamitin? May report kasi na nagsasabi sa 1.8 billion under Bayanihan 2 na tanggap ng DPWH, 20% lang ang kanilang disbursement rate. At ang Quick Response Fund nila noong 2021, amounting to 1.4 billion pesos, hindi naman nila nagagamit. Ano po kaya nangyari sa Quick Response Fund ninyo?
Mr. Secretary.
Well, yes, Mr. Chairman, Your Honor, under the under RA 11494 Bayanihan to recover as one, Bayanihan 2. I had been given here a report that this consists of about 463 projects, and totaling about 7 billion, more or less. And as of June 30, 2022, Mr. Chairman, I think the disbursements and obligations amounting is already 99.06%, Mr. Chairman.
Madam Chair, kasi although the funding for replenishment of Quick Response Fund under GAA 2020 amounting to 2.6 billion, may disburse rate po kayo na 71%. Second replenishment of QRF under Bayanihan 2 amounting to 1.8 billion has disbursed rate merely of 20%. Whereas the QRF fund amounting to 1.4 billion under GAA 2021 has remained unobligated and undisbursed even at the height of COVID-19. So, Madam Chair?
Yes, Your Honor, Mr. Chairman. As of August 31, 2022, the Quick Response Fund that the department has received, totals to about 5.5 billion pesos, Mr. Chairman. And the total obligations that we have already incurred under this budget, under this allocation, is 5,498.7%. So we only have a balance of 1.3 billion pesos, Mr. Chairman. So the disbursement actually runs to about 4,274.1 million pesos as of August 31, 2022, Mr. Chairman, Your Honor.
Madam Chair, gusto ko lang i-stress dito, may pera pa rin, sayang pa rin, kailangan natin spend. Mr. Secretary, there was a feasibility study in 2017 conducted regarding Iloilo City Comprehensive Drainage Plan. That is totaling to 6.2 billion. Ang alam ko, in the 4 years' time, mga nasa 500 million pa lang. I even visited USEC Silain kasi concerned talaga namin. Hindi lang during time ng typhoon, during time ng flooding. Kahit na wala kasing typhoon, pag tumaas ang high tide, underwater na yung several areas sa Iloilo City. So I would just like ask for the assistance of the good secretary na sana matulungan niya kami about sa problema natin and na ma-address din yung madagdagan din ng pondo para sa comprehensive drainage plan ng Iloilo City.
Thank you, Mr. Thank you for bringing that out. Your Honor. And I was informed by our senior undersecretary that the additional program for the Iloilo Master Plan program will be attended to, Madam.
Thank you so much, Mrs. Secretary. I would just like to thank Department of Public Works and Highways for the completion of the project of Hibao-an Flyover, which is now 85% sa Maduriao. Buhang Flyover, which is 81% completed. I believe there's no doubt kung tutulungan nyo lang po kami. Iloilo City is the economic hub of Western Visayas kasi. So again, salamat po, Mr. Secretary. Ito si Jojo, ang sabihin niya, isama ko daw siya. Sige po, tulungan nyo kami. Salamat po. God bless.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Salamat, Rep. Baronda. Before we proceed, we wish to acknowledge the presence of Senior Deputy Speaker and former President Gloria Macapagal Arroyo. To our members who are physically present today, meron pong message sa atin ang ating technical staff. Ang ating microphone po dito ay bago at napaka-high-tech. The best way to use the mic is to speak at least 5 or 6 inches away from it. So kung dati nasanay tayo na kailangan lumapit, ngayon po medyo lumayo ng konti, 5 to 6 inches, and this will avoid sound distortion. Anyway, the chair failed to recognize our independent minority after the minority. Meron po tayong tradition dito, and of course, we accord the same preferential treatment to our independent minority. So, with apologies, the chair recognizes Representative Ed Salagman.
Thank you, Madam Presiding Officer. Mr. Chairman, there was no harm done. Madam Presiding Officer, by tradition, through the years, I have been supportive of the budget of the Department of Public Works and Highways. And I find no compelling reason to depart from that tradition. With the DPWH under the able stewardship of Secretary Manny Bunuan. I believe in the truism that infrastructure development is one of the prime engines for growth. Consequently, I have no questions, and I would defer to the more than 40 colleagues who have listed and who are raring to express their special concerns. But I have two caveats, Mr. Secretary, Madam Presiding Officer. One is that I hope the department will not implement the devolution plan pursuant to EO 138, which emasculated the incremental revenue granted by the Supreme Court to the local government units by ordering the local government units to fund local projects which were previously funded by the national government. For that purpose, Madam Presiding Officer, may I request the department to submit their devolution transition plan. Number two, caveat. This has not happened to me, and I will underscore that I have no experience about this. But many members of the House are complaining that their incessant calls have not been responded by the officials of the Department of Public Works and Highways. With that, Mr. Chairman, Madam Presiding Officer, I end my short intervention.
Salamat, Rep. Lagman. Mr. Secretary, do you wish to respond?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, if I may share actually one of the policies that is being evolved under the dispensation of the President. In one of our cabinet meetings, he is very concerned about as well the implementation of Executive Order 138. And actually, he has tasked a group in the cabinet to study actually the impact of Executive Order 138 and as far as local infrastructure is concerned. He is very concerned, particularly for class 4, 5, 6 municipalities, who he said there is no way that these municipalities will be able to absorb all the local infrastructure. So, Mr. Chairman, the President has tasked a group actually to make a study and delineate what could be absorbed by local governments and vis-a-vis the national government. In the meantime, Mr. Chairman, the President has actually instructed us in the Cabinet actually to continue in implementing local priorities under the Convergence Program, Mr. Chairman.
And Mr. Secretary, would you care to respond to Rep. Lagman's second point on the lack of responsiveness?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, Your Honor, under my watch, I'll make sure that the responsiveness of the department will be there at all times, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. We appreciate that commitment, sir. Next to interpolate from the majority, we have Representative Wawa Fortes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. To the DPWH family, good morning. At the onset, I would like to state that DPWH, among the national government agencies, is closest to the hearts of the House members. This is evidenced by the fact that among the NGAs, only DPWH has offices in practically all the districts. Yung ibang NGAs, ang opisina po ay regional offices if at most, provincial offices. Pero ang DPWH, bawat distrito, meron po. And this gives us the idea that House members, in the exercise of their oversight functions, are involved in the planning and eventually in the implementation of the projects. Kung kaya nga po, ang lahat ng mga district engineers, before the end of the year, the budget call, they submit a list of proposed projects, which is usually consulted with the House members. I just would like to be enlightened, Madam Chair, on how the NEP is extracted from this list of projects. Kasi po, ang mahaba po ang listahan ng proposed projects, then suddenly lalabas sa NEP. Minsan, may mga priorities po na sana identified ng House members na nawawala sa NEP. And if I may be enlightened further on what is the imaginary ceiling of the NEP for its district. Kasi minsan umaasa ang House member ganito and then ganito lang nakukuha. Sometimes inaasahan ganito lang pero mas madami nakukuha. So probably we can be enlightened on the policy standards on how these things are being performed by the department.
Mr. Secretary.
Thank you. Thank you, Your Honor. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Well, the budgetary process actually starts way back when there is a budget call, I think sometime in March or April, by the Department of Budget and Management. We start with getting unconstrained proposals from our district and regional offices on the basis of the priorities laid down on our core program in the Department of Public Works and Highways. And this would be, the priorities would include actually the national roads, rehabilitation, improvement of national roads, flood control projects comes also in the second, and then the convergence of projects. So this is a unconstrained list of projects that may be presented actually in the initial consultation, Your Honor. Now, here we ask the district regional offices to come up with the priorities, with the prioritization. Particularly on, as I said, national roads, flood control, and well, of course, convergence is something a little bit flexible. And then, after that, the Department of Budget and Management, whenever they give us an indicative ceiling of the National Expenditure Program, we start to prioritize and list down in accordance with the levels of allocation for its legislative district. We, of course, Mr. Chairman, we initially put our priorities on the core functions of the department. But having said that anyway, under that level, without yet these are indicative figures for the time being. This has to go through an iterative process that the projects will have to go through in consultation again with the members of Congress, Mr. Chairman. And then after that, we finally get the final National Expenditure Program level of the department, and that is where we finalize and list down actually the projects and programs that will be included already in the National Expenditure Program that is being submitted to Congress, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Secretary, for that. We understand that the department is also delimited by the ceilings given by the DPM. But if we may suggest only when the ceiling comes in, that further the House members be consulted on what exactly are to be given priorities from among the projects. That's only a suggestion, Mr. Secretary, Madam Chair, on the department's listing of the priorities. I have nothing further, Madam Chair, for this question. Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, Mr. Secretary.
Salamat, Rep. Fortes. Next is from the minority. The chair recognizes Representative Reynolds Michael Tan. Rep. Tan. Next is Representative, oh, sorry. Oh, Rep. Tan, you have the floor.
Madam Chair, Secretary Manuel Bunuan, and the officials of the Department of Public Works and Highways, good morning. First of all, I wish to congratulate Secretary Bunuan on being appointed as the Secretary of DPWH. I am pleased to see that the President chose an experienced technocrat to lead one of the most important agencies in the government. My question today concerns the Maharlika Highway. To provide some context, the province of Samar has roughly the same population as La Union. In terms of land area, however, it has the same land area as Cavite, Laguna, Pampanga, and Metro Manila combined. Data from the department shows that about 205 kilometers of the Maharlika Highway runs through the province of Samar. This accounts to 52% of the whole Eastern Visayas segment of the highway. Specifically, the segment in the first district is 96 kilometers, and the segment in the second district is 109.7 kilometers long. Despite all of this, the Samar segment of the Maharlika Highway is the worst highway in the Eastern Visayas and probably the worst in the entire country. Large areas of the highway are heavily damaged and riddled with potholes. In certain areas, only one lane is passable. I want to emphasize that this issue isn't just local. This doesn't just affect Samar. The Maharlika Highway is the key artery that connects Luzon, Visayas, and Mindanao. The vehicles that pass through Samar segment of the highway are not just locals. In fact, most of the vehicles that use the highway are large transport trucks that carry essential goods from Luzon to Visayas and Mindanao, and vice versa. I understand that the department has had several projects in the last few years to try to fix and rehabilitate the highway. I laud the department for its efforts. What I don't understand, however, is in the last decade or so, the Samar segment has remained in a perpetual state of disrepair. For next year's proposed budget, only 3 billion was allocated for the projects involving the Samar's first and second district segment of the Maharlika Highway. This is even less than half of the total amount necessary to really restore the highway. I understand, Mr. Secretary, that what happened in the past is out of your control. I pray, however, that moving forward, something can be done. In this regard, I have a few questions. First, how does the department prioritize the distribution of road maintenance and repair projects?
Secretary Bonoan, do you wish to respond?
Mr. Chairman, Your Honor, Mr. Chairman, the allocation for maintenance of our national roads is actually prepared on the basis of a scientific method of equivalent maintenance kilometerage. Actually, we have a good data of the extent of national roads in each of the districts, engineering districts that we have. And we allocate it on the basis proportionately to the number of kilometers and the condition of the roads including that will consider actually the traffic volume in all these projects, in all these segments, Mr. Chairman. So let me just point out a little bit that for 2022, we have very limited budget for maintenance, but we are actually trying to maintain it in the 2023 budget, Mr. Chairman. Let me just respond to the concern of the honorable congressman from Samar with regard to the condition of the roads in Maharlika Highway, if you will allow me,
Go ahead,
Madam
please,
Chair.
Mr. Secretary.
Madam Chair, I think one of the priority programs of this administration is to reduce transport cost. And to do that, we want to construct, we want to rehabilitate the trunk lines of the national road system to be able to provide safe, unimpeded travel of our vehicles throughout to reduce cost of transport. Today, Mr. Chairman, if you will allow me, the cost of transporting goods in the Philippines on land transport is about 480 pesos per ton kilometer, while in the other countries in Asia, it's only about 250 pesos. So this is one of the priority areas. Daang Maharlika was constructed way back. This was initiated by the late President Marcos actually, and it was rehabilitated over the years. But because of economic developments along the areas and the increase of volume traffic, it has outlived its original design. So we need actually to review the design, the initial design of the national highways of Maharlika, so that we want to convert Daang Maharlika as a primary trunk line of unimpeded travel from Cagayan all the way to Mindanao. This is one of our priority projects. So I can rest assured the good congressman that the concern in Samar will be attended to within this administration, Mr. Chairman, including those, in fact, in Mindanao. In Luzon, I think we intend to actually also attend to the perennial travel bottlenecks along the Daang Maharlika, Madam Chair.
Rep. Tan, you have heard a strong commitment of the Secretary.
Secretary, can you please enlighten us on the department's plan for finally repairing and rehabilitating the highway?
Well, our plan, Mr. Chairman, is actually to continue to rehabilitate those that have sections that are already in despair. But the longer plan that we have is actually to have a full design of the entire Maharlika Highway, and we probably will have to sought for official development assistance funding, because this will involve huge investments for the next 6 years, Mr. Chairman.
Assuming that the highway can be rehabilitated, what is the department's plan for ensuring that the highway does not return to its current condition now?
There are two things, Mr. Chairman. I think there are two things. We have to continue with the maintenance requirements religiously to maintain the roads. Secondly, Mr. Chairman, I think we need to address also the overloading problems in the Philippines. I think while it's true that the Philippines has the highest allowable permissible axle load in the world, which is about 13.5 tons per axle. We need to enforce this religiously, Mr. Chairman, so that to prevent the premature deterioration of our road system. No matter how we are going to improve the roads if we are not going to control overloading, Mr. Chairman. I think we will just end up again with more deteriorations of our roads. This is our plan, actually, to also coordinate with other entities, actually, to address the overloading problem in the Philippines, Mr. Chairman.
Rep. Tan?
On a relative note, I hope the department can clarify some issues about the widening of the Maharlika Highway. In Eastern Visayas, certain segments have 4 lanes, but in much of Samar, there are only 2 lanes. This nullifies the impact of the road widening projects carried out in the last few years. As things stand, bottlenecks are created in those segments with only 2 lanes, resulting in heavy traffic. I have a few questions about this also. What is the intended width of all Maharlika Highway? And would the same be applied for Samar?
Mr. Secretary?
Certainly, Your Honor, Madam Chair. The intention, as I said, is actually to review the original design of the Maharlika Highway and the plan actually is to widen actually Maharlika Highway to not less than 4 lanes, all over from Cagayan all the way to Mindanao, Mr. Chairman. And there may be some requirements actually for other sections to even increase it to 6 lanes, Mr. Chairman.
Finally, there are areas of the highways that are used by private individuals as their own parking spaces or an extension of their houses. Can you also enlighten us on what the assistance of the department can provide with respect to the issues of encroachment on highways?
Mr. Secretary?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, this has always been a long issue that we have been trying to address, and the only way that we can take this up is with the local government units, Madam Chair. Because the management of the traffic in their local areas is with the local government units, but we continue to encourage actually to make representations with the local government units as far as the traffic congestion problems in the national highways are concerned, Madam Chair, Your Honor.
Thank you, Mr. Secretary, for your insightful and candid answer. I am certain that the department will do exceedingly well under your leadership. Madam Chair, I have no further questions. Thank you.
Salamat,
Thank
Rep.
you, Your
Tan.
Honor.
Next to interpolate from the majority, the chair recognizes Deputy Majority Leader Jose Bong Teves.
Madam Chair, Secretary Bunuan, the entire DPWH family, good morning. Madam Chair, gusto ko lang pong itanong kung meron kasi kaming na-check sa ating National Expenditure Program o NEP na nagkakahalaga ng 500 billion pesos na mga unprogrammed. At ang DPWH po rito na nakalagay ay 27 billion. Bakit po ito'y walang breakdown? Alam po namin na subject to certain conditions ang pag-utilize ng unprogrammed appropriation na ito, pero most likely ang mga ito ay mapupunduhan naman. My next question will be about the budget for multipurpose building or facilities to support social services in the NIP. There is an amount of almost 4 billion pesos allocated in the DPWH Central Office. Ganon din po ang allocation para sa multipurpose building under the National Building Program na may halos 12 billion pesos na pondo na nakalagay sa Central Office, pero ang mga ito po, bakit hindi ito i-itemize. Ang dami-dami pong mga LGUs at ibang government offices na nagre-request sa inyo ng mga multipurpose building. Nung nakaraang dumaang bagyo, 2021, 2022, halos marami mga multipurposes ang mga nagiba, under-repair. Bakit hindi po malagyan ng name o title at masama ito sa mga pondo na nakalamsam lang sa inyo? Meron naman kayong mga district engineer na umiikot. Hindi ba nila kayang tingnan isa-isa kung nasa na mga ito? Samantalang ako po, si TJP Party List, na umiikot sa Visayas at Mindanao, sa mga tinamaan na bagyong Ruli, Ulysses, Quinta, Cebu, sa Catanduanes, sa Visayas, nakikita ko po na marami mga multipurpose doon, ang mga under-repair pa, hindi pa po nagagalaw. Ito po ay tatanungin ko during plenary ninyo sa budget. Sana po mabigyan ninyo ito ng aksyon. Pangalawa, gusto ko ring malaman sa inyong Regional Director 5, dahil mayroon po ito nakalagay na lamsam uli sa pagpapagawa ng evacuation center na 216 million. Pero bakit hindi ito ma-allocate kung saan ito ilalagay? Samantalang noong year 2020 o 2021, ang probinsya po ng Catanduanes, lalong-lalo ang bayan ko, Baras Catanduanes, tinamaan ng bagyo. Nag-request kami ng evacuation center, hinanapan kami ng lote, may lote na ang LGU, mayroon na pinag-usapan, dumating na yung taga-DPWH, pero ang sabi magmumuha na, nakahanda na yung muwa, walang dumating na pondo para doon, pero nakahanda yung lote. Pero meron kayong unprogrammed na 217 million sa Region 5. Sana mabigyan nyo ito ng aksyon. Pangalawa, as a Deputy Majority Leader, na sana sumusuporta sa budget ng lahat ng departamento, pero marami pa akong nakikita na ang program, dapat malagyan ito ng programa. And lastly, Mr. Secretary, Madam Chair, sana ang dasal po namin, mabigyan po ng aksyon ang mga unprogrammed natin na ito. Maraming salamat po.
Mr. Secretary, kindly respond to all of his questions.
Yes, Your Honor, Madam Chair, let me deal with the unprogrammed allocation that has been brought out by the Honorable Congressman. I think for the 2023 budget, if we are referring to the 23 proposed budget, Your Honor, we have actually submitted a request actually for under the unprogrammed allocation to the Department of Budget and Management for to augment our foreign assisted projects. Only for foreign assisted projects that we have requested, Your Honor, for the continuation of the for the continuation of the foreign funding appropriations, Mr. Chairman. 44,989 for 9 foreign assisted projects, Mr. Chairman, to cope up with their budgetary requirements.
Rep. Teves, yes, you have 20 seconds, but are you satisfied with the response of the Secretary? Do you wish for the DPWH to submit in writing all of your requested breakdown?
Madam Chair, siguro naman yung ni-request po namin is year 2021 pa. Sana nailagay na sa programa nyo ngayon for the purpose nga meron kayong mga unprogrammed na nilagay, pero nasa funded na sa NEP. Kaya yun lang po. Maraming salamat.
Salamat po. Next, to interpolate from the minority, the chair recognizes Representative Harris Ongchuan.
Thank you, Madam Chair, Mr. Chair, Secretary Bonoan, and officials of the Department of Public Works and Highways, esteemed colleagues, good morning. Madam Chair, one of the flagship projects of the Duterte administration was the Samar Pacific Coastal Road Project, or the SPCRP, under the Build program. This would, if completed, this will connect the province of Eastern Samar and the 2nd District of Northern Samar. The SPCRP is one of the 7 major infrastructure projects of President Duterte, and I think he plans to finish this by the end of his term. I just would like to ask, what is the current status right now of this project?
Mr. Secretary.
Thank you, Your Honor. Madam Chair, if you will permit me, I will ask my senior undersecretary, who is on top of the project, to make a response.
Undersecretary,
Undersecretary Sadain.
kindly state your name and position.
Madam Chair, Your Honor, I'm Senior USEC Emil Sadain of DPWH. Madam Chair, with regards to the questions of the Honorable Congressman from Northern Samar, we have 2 projects. We call it the Samar Pacific Coastal Road Project. Phase 1, that covers the area from Palapag to Simora. This is almost done. In fact, by December, this will be fully completed. And the phase 2 of this kind of financing under Korean Exim Bank will finance this section from Katarman to Palapag, passing the 2 bridges of Lawang 2 and the Kalumutan Bridge. So there are 2 bridges and the 12.5 kilometers missing link that connect Palapag to Katarman, which is the subject of the phase 2 versions of the Samar Pacific Coastal Road Project, which has now completed its feasibility study and is now in the pipeline for implementations by the coming year, Mr. Chair, Madam Chair. And this is currently also taken up for NEDA ICC review, and hopefully we can have the approval under this early quarter, Madam Chair. Thank you po.
Yung phase 1 po, ano po yung timeline, completion?
The phase 1 earlier from Simra to Palapag, that will be by December this year.
December of this year?
Yes po. And the phase 2, which covered the subject area of your concern, Your Honor, is actually by 2027.
Okay. Thank you, Yusek Sadain. Thank you, Secretary Bonoan. That would be all, Madam Chair.
Salamat, Rep. Ongchuan. Next is from the majority, the chair recognizes Representative Muhammad Gali Dimaporo.
Thank you, Madam Chair. My first question is, well, generally, when we receive the NEP, I heard a lot of grumblings from my colleagues here that we have a reduction in our respective districts. But I'd like to ask, last NEP, in the 2022 NEP for the 2022 budget, what did DPWH get?
Mr. Secretary.
As I pointed out, Mr. Chairman, the National Expenditure Program that was the ceiling is the ceiling that was given to us for the National Expenditure Program of DPWH, about 718 billion, 700.
NEP is 686 per NEP. This is the
For 2022,
GA.
for 2022, Mr. Chairman, the General Appropriations Act, the total to about 786 billion.
Mr.
Madam Chair,
Secretary.
I'm asking for the NEP of 2022.
686, sir. 686.
What you indicated was the 2022 GAA.
Ang NEP natin, 686. 686.
Sorry, Mr. Chair.
686 billion, sir.
The national NEP, the NEP for
686.
the NEP in 2022, Mr. Chairman, is 686 billion.
The NEP was 686, which is actually lower than the NEP this year, 718. And because of the hard work of our now Speaker, former Majority Leader, the gentleman Martin Romualdez, he was able to craft an additional budget for the DPWH of almost 100 billion, if I'm not mistaken. From NEP to GAA.
Nadagdagan po tayo.
NEP
Tugaan.
NEP to GAA, Mr. Chairman,
680, 100 billion.
our NEP for 2023 is 718.355 billion pesos for 2023. The GAA allocation for 2022 is 786.600 billion, Your Honor.
From what I remember, Madam Chair, the good secretary stated on the record, NEP 2022 was 686. GAA 2022 is 786.
Yes.
So I'm saying this on the record, so our leaders here in Congress can see the performance in the 18th Congress. Now, we received a NEP of 686, and because of our hard work and the scrutiny of the national budget, we were able to bolster the DPWH by an additional roughly 100 billion. And that is what I want to place in the record. Our hopes among the majority of the congressmen that our good speaker, especially with our very dynamic Majority Leader Manix Delipe, will deliver for the 18th Congress first budget an additional 100 billion at minimum for the DPWH. Kung kaya nila last year, then kaya rin namin this year, inshallah, God willing. Can I get a confirmation or reply from our good secretary?
Mr. Secretary.
Continuously work.
Well, Your Honor, Madam Chair, we will continue to work with the leadership of Congress, and we pray and hope actually that at the end of the day we will be able to get more than what has been allocated in 2022, Your Honor, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'd like now to move to my next question, and that will single out my good friend, Undersecretary Emil Sadain. What is the status of the Pangal Bay Bridge?
Madam Chair, Your Honor, I think this was the same question asked by the Honorable Congressman, but we do agree to his deep concern because of the previous problems that we had encountered long before, and thanks you also to the interventions of the whole family of the Dimapuro clan in resolving these issues. But now we are back on track as far as the target setting is concerned. And as we have mentioned yesterday, the full completions of the Pangal Bay Bridge, which is 3.16 kilometers long, will be by December 2023 as scheduled. And we do hope that we can be on track as we move on, but despite of the limitations on the resources as far as the budget cover, but we do agree, but as committed by Sec Bonoan, this will be fully funded also by next year. So we can assure, Madam Chair, Your Honor, a full completion of projects by December 2023. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, Yusek Sadain. We're looking forward to the completion of the Pangal Bay Bridge. I just like to state in the record so the good secretary can hear it, that the Pangal Bay Bridge was actually born in the SONA message, strong Republic SONA message of our then President Gloria Macapagal Arroyo. Imagine how long ago that was. And I kept fighting for it in the last Congresses with my good friend, Secretary Mark Villar. And in the, what's that, 17th Congress, 18th Congress, palaging sinasabi niya sa akin, every budget hearing, mahuman yan, matatapos yan sa panahon ni Presidente Duterte. But until now, it's only 50%. And I'd like to place this on the record, Madam Chair, because when our candidate for President, Bongbong Marcos, came to Lanao del Norte, the first thing I said to him is, welcome to Lanao del Norte, and we look forward to seeing you again. He had that question mark on his face. And I explained to him, that's because we have a very big project here, the Pangal Bay Bridge. And God willing, inshallah, you will be elected as president by the majority of the Filipino electorate. We hope that you will come back to our province to inaugurate the Pangal Bay Bridge. Can we expect that under the administration of our President Bongbong Marcos, Secretary? Madam Chair, I'd like to hear that from the Secretary so I can get it on record.
Yes, of course, certainly, Your Honor, Madam Chair, I think, we will, as we have committed, the project will be completed by December of 2023. And I will personally convey to the President about this project, and certainly I will make a representation for the President actually to be able to come to the site, and this is going to be the first big project that probably the President will inaugurate, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Secretary. Thank you, Madam Chair. I'd like to go to the next question, and that's in regards to the former program of our former Secretary Mark Villar, and he wanted to ensure that our barangays are disaster resilient. So DPWH had a very good program establishing evacuation centers. Na sana lang darating yung panahon na we are no longer using the classrooms as evacuation centers because of the help of DPWH, because a very good program of DPWH, our localities have a dedicated evacuation centers in times of flash flood, in times of typhoon, and maybe even in times of earthquakes. Is this program still alive under the DPWH agenda?
Your Honor, Madam Chair, yes, this is a continuing program. It's an ongoing program, and we will continue with this program, Mr. Chairman. I think so far we have completed 80 evacuation centers all over the country, and we continue to plan and implement. In 2022, there is a budgetary allocation that we are implementing for the evacuation centers in many regions, actually, Madam Chair, Your Honor.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and I'm very happy to hear that because may kulang pa sa distrito ko. So I'll be submitting requests to the good secretary. Hopefully, we can get some action for my respect for the first district of Lanao del Norte. My next question, Madam Chair, is in regards to the Bangsamoro Organic Law, wherein the BOL took away the powers of the then ARMM and brought back to the national government management over national roads. And when I asked this as chairman of Mindanao Affairs in the previous Congress, the answer of the DPWH is we are still waiting for the BARM to identify what are the national roads and transmit ownership or management of those national roads to the national DPWH. So it can be part of the regular maintenance program of DPWH National. I'd like to know the status of this, or are we still in a transitionary period?
Rep. Timaporo, that was your last question. Mr. Secretary.
Yes, may I ask our senior undersecretary who is in charge of the Bangsamoro area, via BARM area, here, Madam Chair.
Yusek Sadain, you are
Madam Chair,
recognized.
Your Honor, with regards to the BARM, under RA 11054, it's clearly explicitly mentioned, Section 37, Alter 13, that all national infra of BARM shall be funded and implemented by national agencies. In this case, in the case of infrastructure, this is under DPWH. Right now, Madam Chair, we had already covered the full inventory of the national roads for BARM, which account to a total of 1,038 kilometers long. And this is now being enrolled in the national road system of the department, which become now part of the priority list in the succeeding budget from 2023 onward. And the BARM also has got also a share of the maintenance of national budget. With regards to the organizations of the BARM, Madam Chair, Your Honor, we had actually enlisted and recruited around roughly 80 personnel from the initial 100 positions given by DBM. And progressively, we are also expecting some additional plantilla positions to complete the creations of the regional PMO for BARM and the creations of the 4 PMOs covering PMO for Tawi-Tawi, Sulu, Basilan, Sulu, Tawi-Tawi, Lanao, and Maguindanao. For Basilan, we have already district office which cater to the needs of the region, I mean the province, in this particular case, Madam Chair, Your Honor.
Rep. Maporo, your closing, please.
Yes. Thank you. And in closing, Madam Chair, I'd just like to say, as for one of the legislative accomplishments of the 1st and 2nd District of Lanao del Norte is the redistricting of our district engineering office. Wala nang Iligan City. But apparently, when that happened, it scattered in the province na may additional. Pwede tayo mag-request ng 100 million road right-of-way from DPWH. And I was very upset at that, because that's a form of corruption, because that's not the right price of our land in Lanao del Norte. I'd like to say thank you to our good mayor, the capital town of Tubod, Jimmy Cabahog, who has donated 1 hectare for the district engineering office of the 1st district. Wala nang bayad. It's free from the local government unit of Tubod, Lanao del Norte. Nagtaya na ang munisipyo. The next step is DPWH. Sana lang we can get the counterpart, which is the budget, to develop and to construct a brand new 1st District Engineering Office in the province of Lanao del Norte, our capital town, Tubod, Lanao del Norte. Daghang salamat sa inyong tanan. Thank you, Madam Chair, for the privilege to ask questions.
Salamat, Rep. Maporo. Next to interpolate from the minority, we have Deputy Minority Leader Bernadette Herrera.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, as good morning, Secretary Manoan, good morning to the DPWH family. As DBM hasn't gotten back to me hanggang po kanina, hinihintay ko po yung kasagutan. Alam naman po ni Secretary tsaka ni Yusek Cathy yung binring up ko na concern. DBM hasn't gotten back to me. So Madam Chair, I will just reserve my right to ask questions on that concern during plenary debates until mabigay po sa akin ng DBM yung kasagutan. Kasi kahit anong gawin ko, Secretary, lalo ako nahihilo. But for the meantime, I will just stick lang po sa isang concern. Alam ko po kanina, nagpapalakpakan tayo dahil ang taas ng naibigay na budget natin sa DPWH. Kaya alam, Mr. Secretary, I have high hopes. Meron po tayong unreleased appropriation na 39 billion and unobligated allotment na 48 billion noong 2021. At ang pinakamasakit po nag-remit tayo ng overall savings na 3.4 billion noong 2021, para po sa amin na nagkakandara pa mapondohan ng mga priority projects natin, masakit pong tignan na nagbalik tayo dahil hindi natin nagamit. Bakit po ba nangyari ito at paano po ba natin may iwasan with your leadership, Mr. Secretary? Through you, Madam Chair.
Mr. Secretary.
Yeah, yes, Mr. Chairman, there are many sources where the savings are being generated. Actually, Madam Chairman, one of the sources is actually, there is a bidding process for projects, and more often than not, actually, the budgetary allocation for the project, when you bid it out, there are bids that are lower than what has been programmed. So, inevitably, the difference will be the savings that we are talking about. And of course, we generated what the good Congresswoman has mentioned, about 3-point-something billion in 2021. This savings is in standby budgetary allocation for augmentation of other projects, Madam Chair. So these are being used actually to augment what is the additional requirements for the deficiencies for ongoing projects, Madam Chair. For 2022, as I assumed the office, there has been this savings augmentation from 2021 that I have encountered, and because of the deficiencies for 2022 in our maintenance budget for foreign assisted project for preliminary engineering, we have utilized this actually to augment our requirements for maintenance, for foreign assisted projects, and for preliminary engineering requirements, Madam Chair. Thank you po.
Thank you for that, Madam Chair. So yung overall savings, yun lang po yun, yung difference ng ABC, tsaka wala na pong ibang project. So that's just all. Ano po kaya yung, Madam Chair, yung unreleased appropriations or unobligated allotment of 48 billion? Ano pong nangyari po dito?
Madam Chair, I think yung unappropriated or unallocated, unreleased funds, Mr. Chairman. These are probably some of the projects that are awaiting the releases for the SARO, because these are the projects that have been labeled as for later release. But these are already appropriated in the
What
budget.
about the unobligated allotment, Madam Chair?
Hindi pa obligated, Your Honor, because the SARO has not yet been
Magkaiba po
released.
kasi yung unreleased appropriation tsaka yung unobligated allotment.
Yes.
Siguro, Madam Chair, submit na lang po sa akin ano po yung naapektuhan doon sa unreleased appropriation and unobligated allotment. That those are two entirely different things, Madam Chair. So, kahit submit na lang po sa office. And yung tinanong ko rin po about the MVUC, sana po magkaroon ng in writing nasagot po sa office para mas lalo ko pong maintindihan ano po yung nangyari for this year. And my last appeal through you, Madam Chair, yung DRT project po natin that would cut down yung bypass road from DRT to San Jose del Monte. Medyo malaki pa po ang requirement noon. Sana po fully mapondohan natin para matapos po natin siya this year. Sayang naman po yun. This is with the permission of Kong Lorna rin po, dun po sa distrito niya. So yun lang po, I await the answers of DBM with my other concern. So I reserve na lang, Madam Chair, during plenary. Again, Mr. Secretary, thank you very much. And with your leadership, sana po, wala na po tayong continuing appropriation na 77 billion, unreleased appropriation na 39 billion, and unobligated allotment na 48 billion. Pag nakakarinig po kami ng ganito, nangihinayang po kami dahil napakadami pa po nating proyektong dapat gawin para sa build po natin. Maraming salamat, DPWH family. Thank you very much, Madam Chair.
Salamat, Rep. Herrera. Mr. Secretary, kindly take note of all the requests for submissions and kindly submit to the Committee on Appropriations copy furnished, Rep. Herrera. And at this point, I yield the chair to Vice Chair Ronald Simpson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Now, may we recognize Representative Ginto for his comments.
Good morning, Mr. Chair, and to the Department of Public Works and Highways, headed by Secretary Bunoan. Mr. Chair, firstly, I wish to manifest my support to the proposed Iloilo-Capiz Aklan Expressway. A few weeks ago, the DPWH PPP Service presented to the provincial government of Iloilo its project proposal, which has an estimated length of 210 kilometers, passing through 20 municipalities along 3 provinces of Panay Island. May I just inquire, if there has been any new development on this project?
As far as I know, Your Honor, Mr. Chairman, The proposal is now being reviewed, and the program preparations for the proposed expressway is being documentation is under preparation because obviously we intend to have this under the public-private partnership program, Your Honor, because this is a expressway that will require huge investment, and we intend it to be under the public-private partnership program, Your Honor.
Thank you for that, Mr. Chair. That will really help the province and the island of Panay. Second, Mr. Chair, DPWH has a 1 billion budget for electric post relocation. How much of the 1 billion will be allotted for completed road widening projects? Because I noticed that there are completed road widening projects that still have electric posts remaining on the roads.
Mr. Secretary.
Thank you, Your Honor. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Yes, no less than the President has called my attention actually with regard to these unrelocated posts all over the national roads that have been widened, Your Honor. And I understand that the issue is actually while we are allocating the funds for the relocation of the electric utility, the posts actually, the responsibility for the relocation is actually with the electric cooperatives themselves, Mr. Chairman. So we allocate these funds, but the electric cooperatives is taking them some time actually because they would like to incorporate actually their expansion program for the relocation. So taking them time. So this is what we are trying to convince actually the local government, I mean the electric cooperatives to please actually for the safety of our motorists actually to immediately at the earliest possible time relocate the posts where we have widened actually the roads, Mr. Chairman. We are continuing this dialogue with these cooperatives and of course with the help of the local governments units, Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Chair, may I know what is the procedure, no? Pardon for my ignorance, in the process of the relocation, ano po ba ang procedure natin? Ano po bang dapat mauna? Ang pagre-relocate po ba ng mga poste o yung pag-widen po natin?
Mr. Chairman, whenever we widen actually our roads, we coordinate actually. We coordinate with, of course, ang mga utility providers na we intend to widen the roads, you know, because, of course, we have an agreement actually in the first place with this, with utility companies or cooperatives. Actually, that in our agreement with these utility companies, whenever the department or the national government needs to widen the road, then it is actually the responsibility to relocate. That is very explicit in our agreement with them. Nevertheless, Mr. Chairman, because in the essence of time, we understand the predicament of the cooperatives that they don't have all the funds actually to make the relocation. So we are actually providing it into our program of work actually, that the needed expense to relocate. But we give them notice that on this day, on this time, we are going to widen the roads. And of course, they know the program of the department. So, and we will tell them that we will put it into our budget proposal, the replacement cost, relocation cost, and replacement, relocation cost of their post. So this is where the timing, actually, Mr. Chairman, is being challenged actually at this time. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Secretary.
Maraming salamat, Mr. Secretary. Tama po iyan kasi ang mga pag hindi natin pag-relocate ng mga posts poses not only inconvenience but also threat of accidents to the road users that lead to injury or much worse, death. It also defeats the purpose of road widening projects because road widening projects are intended to increase the capacity of our existing road networks by allowing more traffic to pass through. This will turn improve public transportation by easing the flow of traffic and will bring economic growth and development since more goods can be imported. Because of the stray of posts which obstruct portions of the widened road, the benefits of improved public transportation and economic growth and development is not realized to its full existence. I hope with your leadership, Mr. Chair, Secretary Bonoan, that DPWH will address this problem so that the budget allocated for road projects, road widening projects will not be wasted. At para makatulong po tayo sa ating mga kababayan na yung mga transportation efficiency will be much more improved. Maraming salamat po, Mr. Chair and Secretary Bonoan.
Thank you, Representative Ginto. If I may suggest, because that is a problem almost in all areas, and if I may suggest you try convincing your local government units to put pressure on the electric cooperatives. That's what we do in our area. Thank you. Now, we recognize Representative Marisa Magsino. Here. Wala. Here. Here. Oh. Representative Marisa Magsino. Oh, via Zoom. Okay. Oh. Madam, okay, well, session suspended. Break naman.
Okay. Good afternoon. Yes, good afternoon. Sorry, I wasn't unmute immediately by the host. Good afternoon po, OFW representative,
Excuse me.
Congresswoman Marisa Delmar Magsino, Madam Chair,
Excuse me.
Secretary Bonoan, and the DPWH family.
Excuse me.
Magandang hapon po.
Rep
I
Magsino.
would like to ask, Mr. Chair, Madam
Excuse me.
Chair,
Rep Magsino.
Secretary Bonoan.
We are currently suspended. The session is currently suspended for a bathroom break. We'll get back to you after we resume the session. Talaga yun. Okay, session resumed. Secretariat, can we recognize again Representative Magsino,
Yes.
please?
Mr. Chair, thank
Thank
you
you.
so much. I'm here, Congresswoman Marisa Delmar Magsino of the OFW Party List, Assistant Minority Leader, and representing the housing sector too. Mr. Chair, Secretary Bonoan, I would like to congratulate you, and I hope this leadership of yours will be something that we will be looking forward to in the 19th Congress. Secretary, Mr. Chair, how much is your budget for the right-of-way payments for your proposed 2023 National Expenditure Program?
Mr. Secretary.
Your Honor, Mr. Chairman, the
Yes.
budget that we have allocated for the payment of road right-of-way in our proposed 2023 budget is almost for our local expenditures, it's about 20 billion, Your Honor.
Okay. Mr. Chair, Secretary, from the budget of almost 20 billion, where will all this money go? Have you identified them? Because this is a big amount po.
Yes, Your Honor, we have a breakdown actually of our payables by aging claims by region, Your Honor, which is actually more than 30 billion, but our allocation only for 2023 is about 20 billion, Your Honor.
Okay.
We can furnish the Honorable Congresswoman the breakdown by region if necessary, Your Honor.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Secretary, may I be enlightened? As you have said, this is almost 30 billion pa yung inyong obligations for the road right-of-way. May I know the absorptive capacity of your agency on this matter, considering that most of these matters are either in court in the middle of issues concerning ownership and possession? Please, as you have said, please provide this representation, the details of the proposed right-of-way payments, please. I am saying this, Mr. Speaker, Mr. Chair, because I myself, being in the housing industry, has been a victim of the road right-of-way. We had been widened once, and they never give us any compensation for the right-of-way. And second, they want to do another right-of-way, and this was at least 1 hectare plus was cut in our property. And secondly, they want to have another road right-of-way in Laurel, Talisay, Batangas. And I told them no, because we have to be paid the road right-of-way compensation. This was already given to the DPWH 2 decades ago, and I was remembering very vividly that Secretary Singson, immediately after having the post, said and answered us that there's no budget for the road right-of-way. May I ask Secretary Bonoan that our concern be addressed, because we have been paying religiously our taxes for the hectares of land that the corporation has been owning, and this is very unfair for us. And there is always like an issue of informal settlers, and DPWH was asking that because there's several claimants. When is these claimants more superior than the Supreme Court ruling and the RTC ruling that way back many years ago? So I would like to furnish your good office. Our congressional office will be submitting DPWH office regarding our concern. And I will be looking forward, Secretary Bunoan, for the immediate response. On other matters, Mr. Chair, what do you mean by, it's here po, sorry. In the budget proposal of the department for 2023, an amount of 16.8 billion is allocated for the Tourism Road Infrastructure Program, TRIP, for the construction of access roads and bridges leading to declared tourism destinations in support of the National Tourism Development Plan. It sets the conditions that the infrastructure projects to be funded under the program must be identified jointly by the DPWH and the Department of Tourism, and that they are not covered by other funding sources. My question is, what do we mean by declared tourism destination? Is the declaration by law, by congressional act, LGU ordinance, or through administrative determination by DPWH or DOT? In which case, may a congressional representative endorse a site to DPWH and or DOT for its declaration as a tourism destination and be covered under TRIP, provided it is consistent with the National Tourism Development Plan? Can we be clarified on this?
Mr. Secretary, please respond.
Thank you, Your Honor, Mr. Chair. As far as the convergence program that we are implementing under the tourism program, the process is actually that the priority projects that we include in our budget are actually being endorsed and endorsed and identified and endorsed by the Department of Tourism, Your Honor. And we just, whenever there is a proposal from the Department of Tourism, we look into the process of preparing the necessary technical requirements for us to be able to implement and operate and implement it. Afterwards, Mr. Chairman, once we have completed the project, we turned it over to the local government unit for their maintenance and upkeep, Mr. Chairman. So all these projects are actually emanates from the process that has been laid down in accordance with the memorandum of agreement that we have done with the Department of Tourism. The program that we are implementing in 2023 are only those that are continuation of ongoing projects, Mr. Chairman, and I believe, as I have been informed, that we have not, these are local roads and we have not included any new projects at this point in time for the tourism program, Mr. Chairman.
Okay.
Thank you.
Mr. Chair, assuming Secretary Bonoan that a site has been declared a tourism destination by law, say by a congressional act that I am contemplating to propose, notwithstanding any appropriation provision in the law for the development of the area, will the site be automatically covered by TRIP since the program pertains particularly to construction of access roads and bridges? Mr. Chair.
Secretary.
Again, yes, of course, Your Honor, Mr. Chair. I think, as I said, you know, the convergence program is being coordinated with the Department of Tourism. So whatever package that the Department of Tourism will incorporate into their in their projects that we have to support with the access roads will be incorporated, Mr. Chairman. I believe that the Honorable Congresswoman is saying it's going to be legislated destination. So, well, all the more that it's going to be a priority, perhaps, Mr. Chairman.
Thank
Thank
you.
you.
Mr. Chair, one more question. For the global warming and climate change, in special provision number 7 for the department, the DPWH is encouraged to consider the adoption of standards for various hazards, global warming, or climate change in the feasibility study, design, and detailed engineering works of all infrastructure programs in coordination with the Climate Change Commission. The question is, the provision is merely elective in tone. Should this be a mandatory requirement for the DPWH to observe? And what specific projects, as example, has DPWH implemented, ongoing implementation, or under plan in observance of this provision? Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you.
Yes, Your Honor, Mr. Chair, we have actually in some instances, we have actually revised our technical standards actually to be able to address the effect of climate change, particularly in calamity-stricken areas. In fact, for flood control, we now have a 50-year return period design requirements instead of before about 25 years return period. And for buildings, we are now adopting a new national building code standard for us to be able to again for purposes of the earthquake design requirements, Mr. Chairman. And for school buildings, we are adopting a design requirement for resilient school buildings of 180 to 250 kilometers per hour wind speed, especially in the eastern seaboard of the Philippines, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Secretary, and thank
Thank
you,
you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Secretary Bonoan. And we're looking forward for a good collaboration with your good office. Salamat po, Mr.
Salamat
Chair.
po. Salamat, Representative Magsino. Now we move on to recognize Representative Cynthia Chan, please. Zoom rin ba yan? Representative Cynthia Chan. Are you on Zoom? Okay. Okay, we move on to the next then. Representative Pablo Garcia.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Secretary Bonoan and the members of the DPWH family for accommodating our questions and our requests. Now, I'm just concerned with two areas in the DPWH programs, Secretary. First, because it involves Cebu and our district. First, this is with regard to protection systems for unstable slopes, slope protection. In a series of department orders from the time of Secretary Singson to the time of Secretary Villar and Secretary Oging Mercado, several department orders have been issued setting minimum standards and specifications for slope protection systems and rockfall protection. I'm just concerned, Mr. Secretary, how does the DPWH ensure that these minimum standards and specifications, with particular emphasis on the materials used, are complied with in the implementation of these projects, Mr. Secretary?
Well, Your Honor, Mr. Chair, I think the process would be, well, a straightforward engineering assessment of what would be required. There are processes and technical procedures that has to be observed, actually, in determining what would be the appropriate intervention or solution for slope protection works. There are many engineering solutions, actually, Mr. Chairman, that can be adopted depending on the situation of the slope of the area and the geological formation that we have to attend to and things like this. So, and on top of that, we also have to look into what would be the most economical solution that would be adopted, Mr. Chairman, as far as the engineering solutions are concerned. We need to look into what would be the most economical and fastest way to address the problem in a particular area, Mr. Chairman. But as I said, there are engineering designs and processes and procedures and standards that has to be, that we go through in determining what would be the intervention that is needed, Mr. Chairman.
So that, Mr. Secretary, it would be easy for DPWH to see if, for instance, contractors are using substandard materials. You do a regular audit of these projects, Mr. Secretary?
Absolutely, Your Honor, Mr. Chair. I think, any project in the Department of Public Works and Highways is, dyan, as I've been there long before, it has to undergo yung quality assurance audit every time, during and after the implementation of the project, Mr. Chairman. And before final payment, it has to be certified that it was done in accordance with the specifications and requirements.
Thank you, Mr. Secretary. And would the good Secretary, Mr. Chair, be able to give this representation relevant materials regarding to the audit of these, particularly these slow protection projects nationwide, Mr. Chair?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, we will comply.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair and Mr. Secretary. The second area really is the area of flood control, which over the years, the budget has grown tremendously, exponentially, Mr. Chair. And I am concerned because, as you may read from the papers, our province, and in particular my district, has been flood-prone the past few months, probably because of rising water levels, Mr. Chair. Does the department have a program, the spending program for this master plan for this flood control projects, Mr. Chair?
Yes, Your Honor, Mr. Chairman. The department is undertaking, we have identified 18 major river basins all over the country. And we have completed some of the master plans in the major river basins that we have identified, first of all, to actually to look into the problems of flooding. And some of them are being implemented through official development assistance and through local funds, Mr. Chairman. I think, these are the big ticket projects for flood control. But we are also trying to address and help actually the flooding problems in specific municipalities and cities. And one of the things that we have found out actually, Mr. Chairman, is because of population growth, the developed urbanization, in many cities, including Metro Manila for that matter, the capacity of absorption of the runoff is no longer there because everything is being paved. So the water runoff actually has to go through a system of drainage. And unfortunately, many of the drainage systems in many cities have already been outdated and antiquated, so it's no longer able to convey the runoff water to be discharged to the main river courses. So these are the problems that we have seen, Mr. Chairman. And I think this is the problem of many cities, probably including Cebu, for that matter, Mr. Chairman.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair, Mr. Secretary. The reason I'm asking is because while we have seen the tremendous increase in the budget for flood control, we in Cebu in particular have not really felt, the increase in the spending of flood control. So, in the interest of time, in as much as I would like to ask more questions, I reserve my right to ask questions during plenary. But in the meantime, could the department please provide this representation through the committee of the following reports, because I would like to see how it has been spent over the years, Mr. Chairman. First, the allocations or amounts appropriated
for asset preservation under rehabilitation, reconstruction of roads with slope collapse, landslides for the years 2019, 2020, 21, and 2022. Okay. Second, the allocations or amounts appropriated for flood control for the same years, 2019, 2020, 21, 22. And please include for both number 1 and number 2 the list of implemented projects, the amounts, the locations and the districts, and possibly the implementing contractors to whom they were awarded. And number 4, also to submit a statement of appropriation obligation and balances and disbursements per regional office for the whole budget downloaded for these items during the same period, Mr. Secretary, because I'd like to see really how our province has fared in these areas, Mr. Secretary. And if possible, could the Secretary give us a commitment to furnish us copies of these documents at least 5 days before plenary debates on the DPWH budget, Mr. Chairman?
Mr. Secretary.
Yes, Mr. Chairman, we'll certainly try our very best actually to provide what is requested by the good congressman, Your Honor.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Secretary. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Representative Garcia. Now we move on to our good friend here, Representative Ramon Rufus Rodriguez. Sir, you're recognized, sir. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair and our presiding chair. First of all, let me greet our good friend, Secretary Manny Punoan of the DPWH, and of course the USEC who are here, who have been helping again the Oro and the ASECs and all the officialdom of the Department of Public Works and Highways. There are many reasons why Cagayan de Oro thanks Secretary Bunoan. In 2008, if you will remember, you were the senior Undersecretary of Public Works. And because President Jaime at the time made sure that Mindanao will have the highest budget among the regions, that is the time of President Jaime. And therefore, Secretary Bunoan concreted the Ayala Avenue of Cagayan de Oro City, that is the Apolinar Valley Street. Thank you for that, Secretary. We'll never forget you for being the one implementing. Of course, Secretary Ebdani was there, but you were the one who went to Cagayan de Oro. Now it is the best example of the best concreting in Cagayan de Oro and in fact all over Mindanao. Second reason, we thank you for our allocation. You have recommended to the DBM and reduced, but we thank you because we believe that there is a general plan and general, limits to our districts. Thank you for the allocation for the second district of Cagayan de Oro. May I now, so that we can continue thanking you, may I now request you some more? Yeah. First, I would just like to request, Mr. Secretary, the bottleneck of BCIR is Galaxy Street Corner BCIR. Really, for the past 6 years, ano na talaga eh. It's really from Butuan and from Malaybalay, from Bukidnon, it's really traffic. We ask you to give us, in this case, an overpass so that we will be able to have that. Thank you. Can you hear first the Secretary? Can you stop the clock?
Yeah, certainly, Your Honor, this is one of the priority areas that we would like to address, yung mga traffic congestion problems, and to speed up mobility, particularly in urban areas, Your Honor, Mr. Chair.
Thank you for that answer. Thank you for that commitment. A new overpass to Galaxy Street corner BCIR. Secondly, because this will take time, Secretary, we just want from you to finish 300 meters of the CDO Coastal Bypass Road. You know why? This is a signal light. So right now it's just so much traffic. But if you complete 300 meters going to beside the sea, we can turn right so that we can go straight to the CDO Coastal Bypass Road. Can we also get the request, the answer of the Secretary on the completion of just 300 meters of the CDO Coastal Road so that we can turn right? If you come from Butuan, you turn right and go directly to the CDO Coastal Bypass Road as completed.
Yes, Your Honor. Mr. Chair, I think, yes, I think this is also, will be looking into it and giving it a priority in our program, Your Honor.
Thank you again, Secretary. My third request, Cagayan de Oro, even if there's really no strong rains, are flooded. And the areas that are extremely flooded are our national highway, first district and second district. Can we ask specifically, this is now a specific request, for funding of 50 million for a very small, for a feasibility study of a comprehensive drainage system of Cagayan de Oro, both first and second district, main line, secondary line, tertiary line, because our drainage system was made 40 years ago. And so therefore, as you are correct, the population of Cagayan de Oro before was only about 250,000. Now it is 800,000 in the city of Golden Friendship. Can we get the answer of the Secretary?
Absolutely, Mr. Chair, Your Honor, Mr. Chairman. I think we'll also look into that problem of looking into the flooding problem, particularly it's the national roads, as you are mentioning, that is going to be affected. We cannot afford to have a flooded national road, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. And the 50 million, Secretary?
Of course.
Thank you. The answer is of course on the record, of course. Now, my last question, because we are now on the last minute.
Yeah.
Our convergence program for the barangays. Our upland barangays, consisting of 5 barangays, do not have water. It's already more than 30 years, 3 decades, no water, no matter what we do, because our water district could not handle it. We are requesting only 50 million for each of the barangay water system of 5 barangays. We have given the letters to you, and it's only 250 million, and we help the poor of Cagayan de Oro and those in the far-flung areas to be able to have water, because water, according to Schindler, is life. May I ask, therefore, our Secretary for the answer.
Yes, certainly, Mr. Chairman. I think this is one of the areas that we are looking into, because this is, again, this is under the Mandanas law, yung panahon natin nito. But we will certainly look into the possibility of putting it into the convergence program, Your Honor, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you again, Mr. Chairman. And now, in my last seconds, I therefore move, Madam Chair, to approve the budget, the entire budget of the Department of Public Works, 718 billion plus 100 million at least, 100 billion at least, so that our congressmen from the other districts could be added for their public works projects. So move, Madam Chair.
Thank you, thank you. The motion will be tackled at a later date. Thank you very much, Representative Rodriguez.
Thank you very much,
Now,
Mr. Chairman.
the chair wishes to apologize to everyone because I made a mistake in reading the name. So, Representative Rufus Rodriguez was called first, but actually I was supposed to call Representative Ramon Rodrigo Gutierrez. Thank you.
No problem.
Again,
Thank
my
you very
apologies.
much for adding a new name.
Mr. Chairman, thank you. On my part, personally, no problem at all. To the Mr. Chair, esteemed colleagues, the good Honorable Secretary, USEX, and the rest of the DPWH officials, good morning. My first concern po is it was already brought up with the good Secretary, and this is regarding certain, on our part, irreconcilable discrepancies in our NEP and DPM details. But as explained by the good Secretary, and for the record, We will be discussing this with the DBM to get to the bottom of it. And for that purpose, we will defer discussion of this topic for a later time. On our second issue that we would like to bring up, and I believe this was also mentioned earlier, we would like to discuss the unreleased appropriation and unobligated allotment that the department has received for 2021, as that should have been discussed earlier. It's been made clear to us, Mr. Secretary, Mr. Chairman, that the unobligated allotment is should be of great concern for us, as this, in our mind, speaks of probably projects that are not yet shovel-ready. So we deferred its discussion to the report that we are expecting. So at this point, Mr. Chair, may this representation manifest that we would also like to receive the good department's report on the unreleased and unreleased appropriations and unobligated allotment. And on the third point, and I think this one would be the main thrust of our discussion, this representation has sent a letter to the department upon our assumption of office last July 25. It was dated August 4 and received August 11. And although with after multiple follow-ups and through the efforts of the good USEC Carvajal, we have received yesterday the response. But Mr. Chair, for the information of everyone, this letter is in relation to certain black spots in our country. And as a representative of the motorist community, One Rider Party List, this is in line squarely with our advocacy for road safety. I would like to ask, Mr. Chair, the DPWH, what exactly is the status of these black spots?
Yes, Mr. Chair, may I be allowed to ask our Undersecretary for Services to respond?
Of course, Mr. Secretary. Kindly state your name and position, by the way.
Good morning, Mr. Chair and Honorable Congressman. I am Maximo Carvajal, Undersecretary of the DPWH.
Please proceed.
Sir, the status of the black spots identified by the department is already posted in our website. And actually, we have identified from 2018, have already identified 840 black spots, and we have implemented our institute engineering intervention for 148.
Mr. Chair, it just begs the question, because in the report that was given to me, it was simply a statement of number, region, district, and road intersection name. Madam Chair, Mr. Chair, I'd like to bring the attention to the DPWH that in our letter, we requested specifically the specific locations of accident-prone areas, regions with the number of accidents, causes of accidents, and the measures implemented. So, and our concern here, Mr. Chair, is that why is the report that was handed to us, for lack of a better term, bare, Mr. Chairman?
Mr. Secretary.
Yes, Your Honor, Mr. Chairman, maybe this is a lapse of communication, but I can assure the good Congressman that we'll be providing the details of what he's requesting on the specific locations of the black spots and the causes of accidents along the way, Your Honor. May I assure the good Congressman that this is one of the priority areas that we're going to look into, actually, because one death is one too many for us, actually, in addressing, actually, road safety in our roads, Mr. Chairman. We will attend seriously to attend on these black spots, Mr. Chairman. We have a team that is going through the national roads, identifying the black spots, Mr. Chairman. And we will do that. We will give you the inventory that we have, the total requirements that we need, actually, and the program that we have implemented so far, Your Honor.
Mr. Chair, that is music to my ears. I would like to thank the good Secretary, and I'd like to manifest that I am elated that we are of one mind, that one death is too when it comes to accidents. And actually, that is the main thrust of our party list. Every year, thousands would perish from road crashes. It is a very sad state of affairs. And that's why, Mr. Chair, it was a very big point for us in asking for these reports. Because although I see the numbers, the road intersection, this is just the list of investigated black spots. But what our constituent wants to ask, what is being done about these black spots? Because it's actually, Mr. Chair, it's very bewildering to find out that we have, after finding it now from the good USEC, 800 plus identified black spots, but only 100 plus have engineering interventions. What happens to the rest? Mr. Chair, it begs the question, where is our MVUC going? As a road user, as representative for the motorists, this is a very big issue for us every time we were being asked to pay this MVUC. And to my understanding, the earmark revenue of your NEP, the BSF, it suggests that we have 15 million in revenues. Yet we have an outstanding balance of, I believe, 80 billion. So we would like to ask, Mr. Chair, respectfully, for a report on the disbursement and use of such fund. May request that it be submitted to the committee and that this representation be afforded a copy. Mr. Chair.
Mr. Secretary, can you provide those documents?
Certainly, Your Honor, Mr. Chairman, we can provide actually the explanation on the utilization of the motor vehicle user charge fund in accordance with the guidelines that has been given to us by the Department of Budget and Management, Your Honor.
Thank you. Representative Gutierrez, please wrap up. 30 seconds.
Mr. Chair, seeing as I am lacking time, I will defer all other questions that I may have to the... I reserve the right to ask these questions in plenary. Again, I'd like to thank the good Honorable Secretary and the officials of the department for their time. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much, Representative Gutierrez. Now, on the part of the majority, we'd like to recognize Representative Gervil Luistro, if he's around. Representative Luistro. In Zoom, okay, no wonder. Please admit. Please unmute Representative Luistro. Please unmute. Can you show on screen, please? Okay, pending the technical issues, we will move on to the next one. Deputy Majority Leader Marlene Agabas. Okay, Representative Deputy Majority Leader Marlene Agabas. While she's not here, we'll move on to the next one. Representative Dale Corvera. Yeah. You're now recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. A pleasant morning to all of us in the plenary hall, Mr. Secretary and the DPWH family. Actually, I have only one concern today because my previous concerns were already expressed during the meeting of the parties with the Secretary a few days ago about the MAMCAS flood control project in Kitsarao, Agusan del Norte. And pasensya na po magtanong po ngayon dahil while I was an old horse in the local government, I am a spring chicken here in Congress. Bago po akong congressman. And my concern, Mr. Secretary, is about the Las Nieves Bridge in Agusan del Norte. And this concern was already expressed yesterday during the meeting of the Mindanao Affairs Committee. But I will express it again today because you are here with us and you are widely known to be receptive to the concerns of the congressmen. Mr. Secretary, this bridge will connect the municipality of Las Nieves to the national road, to Butuan City, to Agusan del Sur, on to Davao, and even Bukidnon. This was started in 2019 when I was the governor of Agusan del Norte. And I understand that the total cost of this bridge is 1.2 billion. But sadly, Mr. Secretary, in the 2022 budget, the allocation was only 10 million pesos. And in the NEP for 2023, nakita ko po, ang proposal is 50 million pesos. At the rate of 50 million pesos a year, ilang taon po natin matapos ang bridge na ito. So, Mr. Speaker, I express it today because I want to get your commitment kung maaari po matutukan ito ng DPWH na matapos-tapos sa madaling panahon ang bridge na ito. Maraming salamat po.
Thank you. Mr. Secretary, would you like to respond?
Well, yes, Your Honor, Mr. Chair. One of the specific instructions of the President to me is actually to complete all started bridges. And he wants all these bridges to be completed at the earliest possible time, because we recognize actually the importance of the bridges that will cross major rivers actually to provide efficient transport network. I can assure the good congressman that we will attend to the requirements, and if that was for a bridge that will cost you more than 1 billion pesos, and you are measly appropriating 15 million a year, that will go to more than 20 years, and I'm not even sure if I would be able to attend to it. In the meantime, Mr. Chairman, I understand that in 2023 there's going to be a
50.
Substantial amount.
50 million po ang proposal under NEP 2023. 50. At the rate of 50 million a year, ilang taon pa natin matapos po ito.
We will review actually the allocations.
Thank you very much, Mr. Secretary. Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Maraming salamat po.
Thank you. Yes. We'll just go back to Deputy Majority Leader Marlene Agabas, who was online but was out of the plenary a while ago. Now she's here. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Excuse me, Representative Agabas, can you move back further in 6 inches para maintindihan?
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. My dear colleagues to the DPWH family. Naimbag nga, although tayo amin na po nga on tilabas na. Sir, I agree with the statement of one of our dear congressmen this morning nung sinabi po niya na if there is one department that is closest to the hearts of us congressmen, it is the Department of Public Works and Highways. You are our partner in all the national infrastructure programs in our districts. And we know for a fact these projects usually redound to the benefit of our constituents. And with that, maraming salamat po sa DPWH sa lahat po ng mga tulong sa aming distrito. Madam Chairman, in my previous discussion with the Secretary and seated here listening to him, I can feel in his heart the sincerity. I can feel the desire and the good intention to deliver good quality infrastructure programs in our country. And I wish you good luck with that, sir. Thank you very much. Sana po tulungan kayo, gabayan po kayo ng Diyos sa lahat po ng magandang intensyon nyo para sa ating bayan. I will not be propounding so much questions this morning. I just would like to manifest my support to the budget of DPWH, and I do hope that your capital outlay budget will at least be increased in a way at least equal, better if it will surpass the 2022 budget. And I wish you that, sir. As to my parochial concerns, I have previously discussed it in previous meetings with our secretary, and I know that you know pretty well the situation of our district, the urgency of its needs, be it roads, bridges, or flood control. And I look forward, sir, of meeting you in your office to discuss more about the concerns of our district. So, yun lang po. So, sa inyo pong lahat, maraming salamat po sa oras. Agyaman ak apo, ti ayat kantulong nyo, ti distrito mi. Si dadaan kami apo, kadagiti tulong kan ayat yu kada kami. So, salamat na imbag nga aldaw tayo amin ngawan apo ti labas.
Thank you very much.
Yes, I take na po, Congresswoman.
Okay, thank you. Now, we move on to the minority. Representative Bonifacio Busita.
Maraming salamat po, Mr. Chair. Sa ating lahat, magandang umaga po. Mr. Chair, base po sa background, experience, and expertise ng bagong talagang secretary po ng DPWH, Honorable Secretary Manuel Bunuan, ako po ay kumpiyansa na mas mabilis at mas maganda na may papatupad ang ating mga proyekto sa mga susunod na taon. Hindi po ako magtatanong about DPWH budget for 2023 dahil naniniwala po ako na sila ay higit na nakakalam kung ano ang dapat na priority projects and the respective funds. Mr. Chair, as road safety advocate and representative of the motorists, together with my partner, Congressman Attorney Rods Gutierrez, ang itatanong ko po sa buting secretary ng DPWH is about safety and construction. Kapareho po ng ilang mga personnel ng DPWH, ako po ay registered civil engineer na pumasa po sa Civil Engineers Licensure Board Examination in May 1993. Personal experience, Mr. Chair. Na-aksidente po ako sa Ragay, Andaya Highway. At napag-alaman ko po na marami na ang na-aksidente dito at namatay. Napag-alaman ko rin, Mr. Chair, na yung dahilan ng aksidente ko at ng iba pang mga nauna sa akin ay may tuturing na maling construction para doon sa nasabing portion. And in less than 1 week, ito po ay nireconstruct, inayos ng DPWH concern doon sa naturang area. Mr. Chair, nalaman ko rin po na mayroong 4 sa isang pamilya na namatay sa kaparehong lugar sapagkat yung pong ongoing construction nila, kalsada particular, putol ito pero walang early warning device. Na ako po'y naniniwala na kung ito ay nabibigyan ng proper attention, dapat sana ay hindi namatay yung 4 sa nasabing pamilya. Another observation, Mr. Chair, may isa pong rider na namatay. Nag-overshoot siya. Yung kanyang motorsiklo ay bumangga doon sa precast concrete na nandoon sa gilid ng kalsada na mayroong itong dowel bars. At dahil dito, more or less 10 bars ang pumasok sa katawan nung namatay na rider. May mga road widening projects po tayo. Maganda at tapos na. Pero nakakapagtaka, bakit may mga poste pa na nandirito? Na may mga na-aksidente na at may mga namatay na rin, Mr. Chair. May mga projects pa rin po tayong nakikita na walang proper early warning device at patuloy po itong nangyayari. May mga uncovered, excavated portions along the roads na parang kung titingnan natin ay napakasimple naman para remedyohan ang mga ito. Marami na po, Mr. Chair, ang mga na-aksidente at namatay. Gusto ko lamang pong ipaalam sa ating lahat na mayroon po tayong pananagutan at may mga responsibilidad. Ito po ay binabanggit ko para iparating sa buting Secretary itong ating mga observations. Mr. Chair, bilang isang advocate at isang anak mahirap, nais ko iparating sa ating lahat na sa isang pamilya, kapag namatay ang tatay o nanay, parang namatay na rin ang buhay at kinabukasan ng kanilang mga anak. Mr. Chair, libo-libong Pilipino ang namamatay taon-taon dahil po sa road crashes. At isang parte po sa road safety ay itong tinatawag na engineering, na kung saan ito po ay pangunahin na dapat sanang binibigyan po ng DPWH. Kaugnay po nito, Mr. Chair.
Representative, your time is up. Please wrap up.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. Ang tanong ko lamang po ay ganito, Mr. Chair. Doon po ba sa aksidente na namatay ang motorista, ano po ba ang ginagawang aksyon ng ating DPWH authority? Yun lamang po, Mr. Chair.
Mr. Secretary.
Thank you, Your Honor. I can assure the good congressman ito po ay isa sa mga pangunahing tinitingnan na namin ngayon. Ito yung na-discuss natin ng kanina, that we are undertaking po yung safety audit sa lahat ng ating mga pangunahing lansangan para malaman po natin kung nasaan yung mga black spots. We are giving this as a priority program now of the department po. You know, that I can assure you that under my watch, road safety is one area that we will look into very seriously. Hindi ba nyo po alam siguro, ako'y nanggaling po sa private sector and I had been managing the expressways. And it has always been our guidelines that road safety comes first, among other things. I can assure the good congressman that this will be attended. The road safety will be it will be a priority in our program, Your Honor.
Thank you, Mr. Secretary.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you.
If I may, one last question lang po, if I may, Mr. Chair.
Okay, one last question before I declare the break for lunch.
Yes po, thank you, Mr. Chair. Alam po natin, Mr. Chair, na marami pong development projects na kailangan sa Metro Manila. Mr. Chair, pwede po bang malaman sa ating butihing Secretary ng DPWH, Honorable Secretary Manuel Bunuan, kasama po ba sa binabalak niyong plano itong development or improvement of roads within Metro Manila to include asphalt overlaying, and may balak po ba kayo na magbigay ng exclusive motorcycle lanes para sa mga kapatid nating motorcycle riders? Maraming salamat po, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Your Honor. Yes, we are planning to undertake a massive rehabilitation program in Metro Manila, especially in the major thoroughfares, actually, Your Honor. And this will include yung sabi nga po ninyo, mga preventive maintenance, overlay, asphalt overlay, and certainly yung provision of yung specific lanes for motorcycles and riders. I think we'll be able to incorporate this. We will discuss this with the Metropolitan Development Authority, Your Honor, because, they're in charge in the traffic management for Metro Manila. But certainly, we can, as far as the requirement is concerned, Mr. Congressman, we'll coordinate this with Metro Manila, and we will provide as may be needed in accordance with our agreement with them, Your Honor.
Maraming salamat po, Mr. Chair, sa karagdagang minuto na binigay niyo po. Salamat po. God bless us all.
Thank you very much. With that, session will be suspended until 1:30 in the afternoon to give way to the lunch break. Thank you.
Mabilis lang pa. Ayun na. Kindly settle down. We shall begin shortly. Alam mo. Yan parang kabuti. Wala ako.
Order nila.
Anong time?
Niat pa. So, okay, session resume. Before we start on the deliberations, I'd like to remind all the members that the regional directors are here present. If you have any parochial concerns, you can address them directly. They are behind the secretary. So now we recognize Representative Arlene Brosas.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, my first question is on the Tikas program. Yung proposed budget po ng DPWH para sa tatag ng infrastruktura para sa kapayapaan at seguridad na programa. Mr. Chair, napakalaking halaga ng 6.239 billion. Bakit po natin kailangang ilagak ito sa Tikas Convergence Program para sa military facilities? Gayong meron namang 40 billion na proposed budget ang AFP modernization. Tapos, hindi pa po kasama dito yung 5 billion in unprogrammed appropriations, Mr. Chair.
The Secretary?
Thank you, Your Honor, Mr. Chairman. In our program ngayon po, para sa Tikas Convergence Program, we have allocated 4.129 billion pesos. These are for ongoing projects po, and these are only for completion of yung ongoing projects. So, we have not included any new project at the moment for Tikas. And I guess we intend to review actually the Tikas program in the succeeding programs, Mr. Chair.
Mr. Chair, kasama sa listahan ng mga pupondohang proyekto, isang covered court. So hindi pa ito tapos. Parang gano'n ang sinasabi ninyo, no, Mr. Chair? Fitness, wellness gym, dental facility sa Camp Aguinaldo, 10-story building with parking area worth 50 million, na condominium for police non-commissioned officers with basement parking, 60 million, sports complex sa loob ng Malacanang Park na may 50 million budget ngayon, tapos meron pang added na 10 million ulit. So, Mr. Chair, ang tanong ko po, yung Tikas program fund supposedly for various infrastructure projects in support of national security. Pero ito po, recreational activities para sa sundalo, tsaka mga kapulisan, Mr. Chair. So, hindi naman ito, parang, Mr. Chair, baka i-explain po sa atin ni Secretary, bakit ganito? Ito ba ang definition natin ng national security, Mr. Chair?
Thank you, Your Honor, and Mr. Chair. Well, ito nga yung pong sinabi ko nga po kanina sa Madam Congresswoman, that we are going to review actually yung Tikas program. These projects were initiated previously in the past budgets, and sayang din naman po kung hindi natin makomplete kasi nandoon na. And it's just for the year actually that we are going to allocate the funds in order that they will be completed. As I said, Mr. Chairman, we are going to review, and siguro if there's going to be any continuation on the Tikas program, we will align it to the necessary infrastructure that is lined up with the ng mga military at police, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, nagsasabi naman po ang ating secretary na i-review. Sana po i-review ninyo kasi yung sports complex, dental facility, tapos ano ito? Parang ganyan. Sabi kasi natin sa gobyerno, magtipid tayo, di ba? Yun po yung sinabi. Mukhang dito, hindi naman tayo nagtitipid. Di ba? Parang ilalagay natin o bubuhusan natin ng pondo para saan? Yung gym po at saka yung iba pa. Ano to? Yung mga condominium, fitness, wellness. So, Mr. Chair, ito pong mga Tikas projects, sana po ay mabigyan tayo ng kopya ng mga sinasabi ni Mr. Secretary na popondohan, ipagpapatuloy at hindi ipagpapatuloy para nang sa ganon malaman ng taong bayan kung saan po talaga mapupunta itong sinasabi na tatag ng infrastruktura para sa kapayapaan at seguridad program o for national security na infrastructure. Kung doon po talaga i-spend. Ano? Sa pangalawang tanong ko po, on public-private partnership, strategic support fund. Mr. Chair, there is a major increase in the budget for public-private partnership strategic support fund. Mula po 1 bilyon hanggang 14.388 billion. This is a 174% increase. Ngayon, lump sum appropriation po ito. Nakalagay po sa inyong ahensya. Bakit po malaki ang itinaas ng pondo ng gobyerno para sa PPP projects at magkano ang financial obligations ng mga private partners nito sa mga priority PPP infrastructure projects?
Your Honor, Mr. Chairman, yung appropriated amounts namin for the public-private partnership program is mainly for the payment of road right-of-way that we have incurred over the years, Mr. Chairman. So, ito yung continuation because it's the government, DPWH is the one that is acquiring the road right-of-way for the PPP projects, Mr. Chairman. So, these are outstanding obligations that we have to settle with the concessionaires for mainly for the expressways that have been developed over the years, Mr. Chairman.
Sir Chair, kasama po ba sa pupondohan ang Laguna Lakeshore Expressway dike?
Mr. Chairman, Your Honor, the Laguna Lakeshore Expressway dike is actually a project that is financed by the Asian Development Bank. And this is not part of the obligations for road right-of-way po.
So, Mr. Chair, hindi kasama ito. You have no idea. Kasi, Mr. Chair, magre-request sana ako ng blueprint or list of communities affected dito sa Lakeshore Expressway dike. Meron po ba? Or will you be able to give this?
Your Honor, yes. We have the alignment of the dike and we will furnish the Honorable Congresswoman actually the alignment.
For the record, Mr. Chair, kaya po hinihingi natin ang blueprint nito at yung mga affected communities na pag-alaman po natin na tumutol dito noon dahil may mga pag-aaral na lalala ang baha para sa mga komunidad at marami din ang madi-displace dahil po daw sa reclamation dito. So, kaya po humihingi tayo ng kopya, blueprint at kung ano-ano pa para makita natin. Ano, Mr. Chair? Yun, Mr. Chair, kasi alam niyo naman pag na-displace tapos walang resettlement, namumroblema yung ating mga kababayan, tapos minsan napakaliit ng, ngayon sa kasalukuyan, napakaliit ng pondo para sa pabahay. Tapos napakaliit din ng pondo para sa mga paaralan. Tapos yung mga infrastructure na gagawin natin, magkakaroon pa o magdudulot pa ng mass displacement, malaki pong problema yon, Mr. Chair. And Mr. Chair, pahabol ko na lang po, ano po yung project status ng the following? At kung meron po kayong kopya ng blueprints nito, contracts, and list of affected communities per project po, iisa-isahin ko. Ano po? Pasig Marikina River Channel Improvement Phase 4, Metro Manila Logistic Network, Pasig River and Mangahan Floodway Bridges Construction Project, JP Rizal Lopez Haina Bridge, Marikina River, JP Rizal to St. Mary Bridge, Marikina River, Marikina Vista Real Bridge, Marikina River. Yun po yung the following na hihilingin ko sana na makakuha ng kopya ng blueprint, kontrata, sa kayong mga affected communities po per project na ito, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Thank you, Representative Rosas. Will the Secretary provide Congresswoman the requested documents?
Certainly, Mr. Chair, we will furnish the good Congresswoman the details of the projects that are being requested.
And may I suggest, Representative Rosas, you give them a copy of your request so that to make sure it's complete. Thank you very much. We now move on to the next interpolator, Representative Bambi Emano. You're recognized.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Madam Chairwoman and Mr. Chair and members of the House of Representatives, maayong hapon, Secretary Bunoan, Ma'am Cathy, and of course to our beautiful Regional Director, Ma'am Zenny. I'll try to make this very short, Mr. Chair. I'm supposed to leave at 2 p.m., try to transfer my flight, so I will be able to catch my flight even later this afternoon, but could not leave, sir, if I could not show you with the 4 slides that I was hoping that we will be able to help. But upfront, Mr. Secretary, thank you for the 10 million. Kahit maliit lang po, yung 10 million para sa ilaw ng access road papuntang Lagindingan. It's not a parochial issue because everybody that goes to Mindanao usually uses Lagindingan Airport because we are the entry gateway to Mindanao because we are in the northern part. And of course, second is a policy question when it comes to dredging, Mr. Secretary. Because Taguluan is the biggest river in the province, actually in the entire northern Mindanao. And the siltation actually, and every time it rains, it floods my municipality. That's where I came from. May we know if we have policies for dredging on how our how we will be able to hopefully help dredge the Taguluan River?
Thank you, Your Honor, Mr. Chairman. I think the department is trying to increase its capability to acquire dredging equipment. We know the gravity of the siltation of some of the major rivers, and this is the reason why I am trying to put into our budget actually the acquisition of additional equipment for the silting and dredging of the major rivers. We hope that we can facilitate this and put the equipment into use at the shortest possible time. In the meantime, Mr. Chairman, we have some existing dredging equipment that has been prepositioned strategically in some areas that we can probably deploy for urgent needs of major rivers, Mr.
With bended knees, Madam Chair, we actually really need it as soon as possible. When Sendong happened and came to Cagayan de Oro, it was December, and December is fast approaching, and we are hoping that if you had an extra dredger that you may be able to position it in the municipality of Taguluan. Would that be possible, Mr. Chairman and Chairwoman?
Yeah, we will certainly look into it, Your Honor, and we will preposition actually the silting, the dredging equipment.
Thank you very much. And last, Madam Chair, this is actually the province of Misamis Oriental, and in between is Lagindingan Airport, and I actually have 3 slides only to show Madam Chair, and it's about the proposal of the diversion road. That white line is actually the coastal road. All vehicles from the western part of the province, from Iligan, Lanao, Zamboanga, all parts must pass through that road going to the city of Cagayan de Oro because it is the boundary of Iligan City. And when I was governor, I proposed a road. I called it the MODER, or the Misamis Oriental West Diversion Road, which actually passes to the mountains of Misamis Oriental. And next slide, please. This is MODER. The red line and the violet lines, Mr. Chair, Madam Chair, are actually the proposed MODER road. And what's wonderful about the MODER road, because it actually, hopefully, we will be able to connect all the other municipalities in the 2nd District of Misamis Oriental. Please show them. Next slide, please. Next, please. That's the municipality of Opol, El Salvador City, municipality of Balubihid, Lagindingan Airport, where our airport is, and so on and so forth for the province of Misamis Oriental. Imagine, Madam Speaker, if one bridge, one storm, one typhoon, and one bridge is destroyed on those white lines, on those white roads, we have no other access road going to the city of Cagayan de Oro. if you land in Laguindingan and if the bridge of Alubihid, El Salvador, or Opol will be destroyed or broken, then you cannot anymore go to the city of Cagayan de Oro. I was hoping not for this year. I understand that budget is quite tight. Not for this year, Madam Chair and Mr. Secretary, but maybe hopefully on bended knees for 2024, it will be given consideration.
Your Honor, Mr. Chairman, I think, yes, I think it's a very logical proposal, and we'll take note of it and consider it in the next budgetary allocations of the department, Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Chair, Madam Chair, no other questions, and I also support the approval of the budget of the Department of Public Works and Highways. Thank you, Mr. Secretary. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Representative Emano. Now, going back to the minority, we recognize Deputy Minority Leader Stephen Tan, if he's around.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Madam Chair and Mr. Chair, and also to Secretary Bunuan, good afternoon. And first of all, a while ago it was discussed by the representative of the 2nd District, Reynolds Michael Tan, the issue about the situation in Samar Island, especially that it was discussed that it composed 52% of the national highway of the entire Region 8. And also, I would like to say thank you to the good secretary for the commitment that the issue of the road will be resolved. But there are two factors that I have observed the biggest contributor to the situation of our national road in Samar. One is the normal wear and tear of the infrastructure, and the second is the constant typhoon that hits the entire Region 8. And as per the Pag-asa data, roughly 20 typhoons hit Samar, or specifically because we are situated in the Pacific Ocean. So 5 of those typhoon out of the 20 is very much strong, especially in the December times. So when in fact Yolanda was the strongest typhoon hit Region 8 in 2013. So, Mr. Chair, my question is, how does the department prioritize the repair of roads and bridges in terms of affected by the calamities?
Your Honor, Mr. Chair, the process of responding to calamities, damages to calamities, is that there's going to be an inventory and assessment of the validation of the damage. And we need to know actually what would be the needed intervention or repairs. And once we get this from our field offices, we consolidate this and propose it to the National Disaster Risk and Management Committee for funding. The budget, Mr. Chair, comes from NDRRMC, and we make the representations to them for the necessary budget, Your Honor.
A follow-up question, Mr. Chair, is who decides what specific project will be funded, and who initiate or who decide whether what specific project will be prioritized? Is it the district, the region, or in the national?
It has to start from the district level, Your Honor, because they're the ones familiar with their facilities, or the roads, if you like, and the facilities. And then if the calamity has affected several district engineering offices, these are consolidated by the regional offices, and these are forwarded to the main office for the endorsement to the NDRRMC. And as far as the prioritization is concerned, Mr. Chairman, we have already implementing guidelines to determine what is the most urgent infrastructure and damages that has to be attended to. Of course, when we endorse this to the NDRRMC, these are already prioritized listings, Mr. Chairman.
So, and in continuation, Mr. Chair, I would just give you one example in my district, the biggest town of Gandara, which has one of the longest bridge in the entire first district. And on way back 2020, the bridge collapsed, probably because of the heavy volume of vehicle. So the bridge collapsed, and at the same time, up to present, as I have checked the district office, there was funding for 2021 of 50 million for the demolition of the bridge. Then on 2022, there was no funding, and on 2023, there is a 100 million phase 1 funding for the rehabilitation. So I'm just setting this an example, considering also that this is part of the national highway. Since it happened in 2020, and now at present it's almost the end of 2022. So sometimes it took us a long time to rehabilitate, and Mr. Secretary, alam nyo naman, Mr. Chair, alam nyo naman na every year may bagyong dumadating. So if ganito ka slow yung phase natin to rehabilitate, baka maabutan tayo ng it will take us a while to fully implement the rehabilitation.
I can appreciate actually your concern, Your Honor, especially this is along a main highway that we are talking about in Gandara. And I think it should be given priority. I assure you that this will be attended to. And, we cannot afford to have an unrepaired bridge or unfinished bridge along the Maharlika Highway. So I assure you, Mr. Congressman, that we will attend to the total requirements of that bridge. This is actually, as I mentioned earlier, this is one of the priority programs that no less than the President have given me instructions to finish uncompleted bridges along the main thoroughfares in our country. Thank you.
So thank you, Mr. Chair. And lastly, based on the data of the local roads, so the DPWH or the department is also engaging in local roads. So there are a lot of issues that we encounter in the district and probably in other districts about the road right-of-way. It's more easy when you are in what you considered as the primary road or secondary road. It's more easy to settle the issue about the road right-of-way. But in this local roads, do the DPWH have funding for the, or is it the LGU who pays for the road right-of-way?
Yeah. Yes, Your Honor, Mr. Chairman, as a matter of policy and arrangements, the DPWH provides the capital fund for the construction of the road, but the payments for the right-of-way should be shouldered by the local government units, Mr. Chairman, because at the end of the day, when we complete the project, it will be turned over to the LGU as their asset. And they will be the one to maintain these roads, Mr. Chairman. Thank you.
So, thank you very much, Mr. Secretary and Madam Chair, and for the commitment that by rehabilitating the Summer Island for the National Highway. So thank you very much, and that would be all.
Thank you. Thank you, Representative Yap. Now, from the majority, we will recognize Representative Marvin Rillo. You're now recognized.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman, and good afternoon, Secretary Manny. Just a few questions. I'll ask these questions in general already. How did the DPWH come up with the different legislative district budgets when it comes to, identifying projects, programs? Because when I checked the budget, there was a drastic decrease in each legislative district. What is the basis of this decrease? And as far as I know, I've heard stories that there was a new formula that was formulated to come up with this budget. And maybe this is the best time that we explain to this committee what kind of formula we used for the sudden decrease of the budgets per legislative district. And just to enlighten, of course, the members of this chamber. Thank you. Maybe.
Mr. Secretary.
Thank you, Your Honor, Mr. Chairman. Well, let me premise this. Let me premise answering your question, Your Honor. When the President's budget was being prepared under the National Expenditure Program, the President's budget, the President specifically instructed the Cabinet, because of tight fiscal position of government at this point in time, he specifically instructed all departments actually to see to it that the distribution of resources in government should be equitable and sustainable to support the national programs of the government. Having said that, we were pondering upon actually how equitable we can be in distributing the funds of the Department of Public Works and Highways without affecting the core functions of the department, Your Honor. We have discussed this a little bit with the leadership of the House, and we proposed, since we have not been able to get any formula for that matter in the distribution of resources over the previous years, we recommended a formula to be able to be on the same footing for everybody. And we call it the zero-based formula. And this is, the formula considers several parameters, including population, land area, historical location, scarcity of infrastructure, poverty, climate change, vulnerability to calamities, and so forth and so on. So we ran this formula for everybody, and this ended up with the allocation under the National Expenditure Program for each legislative district. Now you're asking me why is it that there's been drastic allocation. I have to explain this a little bit because you may be comparing your national expenditure program level in 2022 as against the national expenditure program in 2023. The only reason here is we are not talking of the same amount in 2022 and 2023. Because in 2022, there is a bigger allocable amount for everybody. And in 2023, we had secured actually our core program for 2023, Your Honor.
Yes, Mr. Chairman. Again, just to clarify your statement, Secretary. Again, I'm just speaking behalf of the chamber. No? It's my personal opinion again. Mr. Chairman, when I was checking your budget allocation, 2022, you received a total budget of 786.6 billion pesos based on your GAA. Am I correct? But here in 2023, based on your NEP, it's 718 billion. May I know, Mr. Secretary, how much was there inputted in your NEP last 2022? Because alam naman natin, iba ang GA, iba ang NEP. So,
Your Honor,
yung malaman ko lang po, magkano po ba ang NEP ninyo noong 2022?
686 billion, Your Honor.
O, kita nyo. 686 billion ang nasa NEP nyo. Pero nung lumabas ang GAA, 786 billion. You had an increase of 100 billion pesos.
100 billion.
100 billion. Now, 2023, your NEP is far higher than your previous NEP. So you are expecting higher GAA. Am I correct, Mr. Chairman?
Well, we're just looking forward to, Your Honor.
So you cannot use the reason why each legislative district decreased because you got a lower budget. It's not true. Because we all know that you will get a bigger budget when the GAA comes out.
Well,
Why do we need to sacrifice the legislative districts? Basically, we do not know the formula. I do not know the formula. If you come to think of this, Mr. Chairman, Quezon City, Metro Manila congressmen are sacrificing their budgets because alam natin fully developed na Metro Manila. Pero kung tutuusin niyo po, boss, Mr. Chairman, ang congestion ng traffic north to south, we have to take care of all secondary, primary, and tertiary roads. Hindi po perket naglalakihan ang gusali sa aming lungsod, asensado na. Remember, pagka bumabagyo, pumunta ka ng Malabon, pumunta ka ng Navotas, pumunta ka ng Quezon City, hindi pa nagbaba ang probinsya pero lubog na ang Metro Manila. Why were the flood control programs of our districts compromised because of this new formula? And I guess the members deserve an explanation. How come the legislative districts were sacrificed? Knowing the fact that we also have our own mandate to do. We have our mandate to perform to our constituents. You will not be answerable, Mr. Chairman, to our constituents. We as leaders will be answerable to them. Now you are putting us on the spot, Mr. Chairman. If you cannot give us a direct answer why we were sacrificed, we would end up as, sacrificial lambs. Maybe we cannot get a second term.
Go ahead,
Well,
Secretary.
Mr. Chairman, I can appreciate the concern of the Honorable Congressman. I think there is a little comparative confusion on this. The general appropriations, the total of the general appropriations is totally different from the National Expenditure Program, as we have been pointing out. We are hoping that under the, as the Honorable Congressman has pointed out, if there would be any increase after the deliberations and the General Appropriations Act, then I think it would be welcome. But for now, I think the only explanation why there has been a reduction in the allocation for legislative district is that, as I have mentioned, for 2023, we have secured actually our core program for 2023. In 2022, I would like to point out in this honorable chamber that in 2022, you could imagine that in 2022, our proposed allocation for foreign assisted projects in 2022 was 52.77 billion. After it was deliberated on, we ended up with 7 billion. For preliminary feasibility study and detailed engineering, our proposal is 21.38 billion. We ended up with 1 billion. For maintenance, we proposed 14 billion. We ended up with 5 billion, Your Honor. So all this have been, what we are saying is in 2023, 2022, you have a bigger allocable amount. Now in 2022, you have a smaller allocable amount because we secured actually our core program. But nevertheless, I think the leadership, Your Honor, is actually trying to restore some of your concerns at this point. And I hope that it will be after the General Appropriations Act. We just hope that we'll have a bigger General Appropriations Act, Your Honor.
Mr. Chairman, well, I just don't know how to say this, but of course, with all due respect to the Honorable Secretary, still, if we consider and look at the budget, no, there's no difference. In fact, you will get a higher budget when the CAA comes out. I just don't see any reason why each legislative district needed to be sacrificed. No, you were talking about, sir, in due respect to you, we're all talking about the department's core values. Why don't we think about the core values of the representatives per district who are suffering from this sudden decrease of allocation? Because, as we all know, come next year, if we do not provide the services that are needed in our own districts, we would be sacrificed. So I just hope and pray that, the department will also think the core values. Because tandaan po natin, pag nagkaroon ng baha, nagkaroon ng problema sa distrito, hindi naman po DPWH ang sinisisi, kung hindi ang mga leaders ng distrito. I just hope and pray, Mr. Chairman, that the department may help us, bring back the old glory it used to be, so that we may serve our constituents well. We talk about core values. Please let us consider as well the core values of the different district representatives. I guess it is now time for us to further study why it ended up this way. Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Representative Rillo. Now we move on to the next from the minority again. Deputy Minority Leader Franz Castro.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Magandang hapon po sa ating lahat at sa Secretary po ng ating DPWH, kay Secretary Bonoan. Magandang hapon po sa inyo. Mr. Chair, kapansin-pansin po dito sa budget o nung NEP ng DPWH 2023 ay yung kawalan ng distribution, regional distribution ng mga operations budget. The allocation for DPWH programs and projects is basically lump. Nakalamp po siya sa NCR, Central Office. So, according po sa DPWH, so yung ibinibigay lang po sa mga regions ay yung PS, MOOE, but not capital outlay. Tama po ba ito?
Your Honor, Mr. Chair, yung regional allocation po, dina-download po yung nakalamsam allocation for regional offices, dina-download din po sa district offices, Your Honor, for the specific projects that have to be implemented, Your Honor.
Yes, nakalamsam siya. Pero wala po siyang yung sa mga regions, yung mga detailed na mga project na mga regions. Kasi dati po, doon sa NEP natin, in the past, talagang meron po noon. In fact, sa mga district offices, di ba, nakalagay din po yun. Pero dito po, parang hindi siya nailagay.
Meron po kami yung, Your Honor, yung itemized list of projects that na nando doon sa lump sum allocation for the regional offices po. We can furnish a copy of the details of the projects at the regional level, Your Honor.
Okay? So, hindi po totoo na, na ang sinasabi lang natin, ang binibigay lang po natin sa mga regions ay yung mga PS, MOE, pero yung capital outlay ay hindi po naka-indicate doon. So, sana po, in the spirit of, transparency and accountability, makita rin po natin itong naka-itemize na project and allocation sa iba't ibang mga region. Yan, katulad nga po ng sinasabi kanina ni Kong Rillo, nabawasan. Basically, yung mga budget sa iba't ibang mga regions. So, napakalaki yung mga budget na nabawas doon sa iba't ibang mga regions. Particularly, ang bawa sa Region 5, 99.1%, Region 4B, 99%, CAR, 98.9%, etc. Pero ito po ay pero yung budget po natin ay lumaki ng 377.5%, di ba? Sa MOOE 25.5 billion and 20.5 increase naman sa PS na 12.7 billion. Pero yung CO na 90.6 billion or 11.8 ay lower siya. Pero lumaki po nationwide yung allocation. So ano po yung masasabi natin dito, Mr. Chair?
Your Honor, Mr. Chair, well, there are two explanations po dyan. Yung for 2022 po kasi, yung MOE namin, medyo bumaba po kasi nawala yung maintenance, nawala po yung feasibility study, and yung in-explain ko kanina na nawala. So mababa po yung allocation namin for 2022. Ngayon po rin-restore namin sa 2023, kaya po lumaki ngayon yung current operating expenditures po namin, including yung personal services, naging from 9.69 billion sa GAA, sa 11.69 billion ngayon sa National Expenditure Program for 2023. Dito sa MOE, which includes actually yung maintenance, feasibility studies, and so forth. Doon sa GAA namin po for 2022 is 5.35 billion lang. Ngayon, because we restored them back to our core programs, naging 25.55 billion. Yun lang po explanation nun po,
Okay.
Your Honor.
Pero yung sinasabi ko po kanina na a lot of budget are lump sum in the NCR, ito po ba ay pinapabulaanan ng department, Mr. Speaker?
Opo, Your Honor, I think we have the complete detail under our National
So
Expenditure
lahat
Program.
po ng mga projects,
Yes
ng mga
po.
district and regions ay
Yes po.
talagang naka-specify doon sa ating NEP.
Yes po.
Okay. So, another issue, Mr. Chair, ay yung tungkol doon sa budget po natin, doon sa flood management program. May allocation po siyang 31.8 billion. Meron din naman pong flood mitigating projects under the Flood Convergence and Special Support Program, namely the Sustainable Infrastructure Projects or yung SIPAG. Meron ding BIP or BIP, yung basic infrastructure na 38.6 billion and 2.8 billion respectively. Meron ding siyang project sa na hindi natin makita. Baka wala po ba ditong mga overlapping dito sa mga flood control project na ito at saka dito sa mga sinasabi nating flood mitigating projects na lahat po pare-parehas halos ng nature. So, paano po natin makikita kung walang overlapping o walang duplication? Kasi may mga experience na rin na may mga duplication na project, project ng ating mga colleagues dito sa district, merong si mayor, meron si ganon, di ba? So, paano po natin matitiyak na walang overlapping dito, Mr. Chair?
Your Honor, Mr. Chair, I think may specific list of projects po naman kami po dun sa under the National Expenditure Program that we have submitted to the DBM. And sa tingin ko po wala pong, I don't think that there will be any overlapping for that matter kasi naka-list down naman po lahat individually yung mga projects, Your Honor. May location, may specific, may station limits, may sections, and yung kung saan po yung mga specific flood control projects, Your Honor.
So sigurado po tayo dito, Mr. Chair.
Yes, sir,
Okay.
Your Honor. We are very, very sure po.
Kasi po, natanong ko po ito dahil siyempre po, nakikita natin yung mga yung ating mga colleagues dito, yung mga district, mga programs nila, nakita natin na maraming nagrereklamo na nabawasan or hindi na ibibigay. So, ang tanong ko lang po, Mr. Chair, at tapos meron ding ibibigay naman din sa mga congressman, pero later na, nabawasan daw, dahil ang DPWH ang namimili ng mga kontraktor. Sinasabi, meron daw syndicate sa DPWH mismo na kinakausap yung ating mga congressman para ma-compromise yung kanilang representation sa infrastructure. Meron po bang syndicate na ganun sa DPWH, Mr. Chair?
Your Honor.
Kailangan natin malaman ngayon niya, Mr. Chair, kasi yun ang namamarites ko naririnig ko sa ating mga kasama.
Your Honor, I guess on my watch, please tell me if anybody who has actually done this, and I will fire him immediately po.
And are you willing to investigate?
Of
Kung meron
course,
mga
Your Honor,
ganito
not
at
only investigate.
Make them accountable.
Yes, Your Honor.
Kasi nako-compromise yung project ng ating mga district representative.
That I will not tolerate under my watch, Your Honor.
Okay, so yan po imbestigahan ninyo at i-account ninyo yung mga sino mang gumagawa ng sindikato dyan sa DPWH para sa mga projects na sila yung pumipili ng contractor. Thank you, Mr. Chair, Madam Chair. Thank you po.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Secretary.
Thank you, Representative Castro. That's very enlightening. Now we go back to the majority. I'm not sure if he's here, but Deputy Majority Leader J.J. Suarez. If not, I'll call him one more time. Deputy Majority Leader J.J. Suarez. In his place, then, I will call the next in line, Representative Sirio Almario. Representative Almario. Oh, there.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and I'd like to first greet good afternoon to our friends of DPWH and fellow office mates as well. And again, I'd like to thank DPWH for all of the work that they have done nationwide. And I just have a few questions, Mr. Chair, Honorable Secretary. But before that, I'd like to preface this first with saying that as what was mentioned many times by my fellow colleagues, I too express the concern and disappointment with the lessened budget. And it's natural because we are looking at our budget in order to help our constituents. And it would have been okay if maybe the budget of mga wish list projects were slashed, since after all, it is just a wish list. But what really disheartens me, and maybe some of our fellow colleagues as well here in the Congress, that there are some projects that are ongoing and tier 1 projects that were slashed. And let me just paint a picture siguro, we have a bridge, for example, that is under construction and has unfortunately stopped because of the slashed budget. And now it is almost unpassable by the normal person. And we're talking about mga supply lines as well for economy, for vegetables and the like. And I'd like to know if what are DPWH's remedies for these kinds of events?
Please proceed.
Your Honor, Mr. Chairman, I think we can still have a process of reviewing actually what are the priorities that had been included into the program. And I think if there are other emerging priorities that you think it would have to be first budgeted or provided, then we can, I guess we still have the time actually to make the necessary adjustments, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And also, I believe that, given your track record, I'm very sure that it will be very easy for you as well to remedy. And I believe in your prowess as well, no, as Secretary of this department. The second thing is, what are the department's policy on immediate repairs of infrastructure that have been damaged by calamities, either man-made or natural calamities? Let me just cite examples na lang, no? In our region, and I'm sure in other regions as well, with similar geographies, we've had torrential rainfall as of recently. And there are some projects that were done by DPWH that were damaged. And one of which is a road leading to one of our tourist destinations, a 2-lane highway, but now it is literally a cliff in between cemented roads. Talagang unpassable siya because of torrential rainfall. So I'd like to know what is the department's policy on the repairs of infrastructure that are broken because of natural or man-made calamities.
Your Honor, Mr. Chairman, whenever our infrastructure, whenever an infrastructure is damaged, we normally respond by an immediate repair using a calamity fund, Your Honor, that we request from the Department of Budget Management. And if we don't have all the money under the calamity fund, then we have to program it into the subsequent budget years for the more permanent solution to the damaged facilities, Mr. Chairman. But immediately we want to restore actually mobility if there's going to be any damage, particularly on roads and other facilities that needs urgent repair, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, Honorable Secretary. The reason why I asked that is because there are actually a lot of projects that were damaged and have been endorsed for funding, but were not included in the NEP. So I wish that this be fixed, or at least the budget will be also allocated as well for the immediate repair of these roads. Now, to my next and last, this is not really a question, Mr. Chair, Honorable Secretary, but more of a selfish request. No, the Mindanao, has been unfairly painted as a place that has a lot of insurgency going in. But because of DPWH's road concreting programs and also the construction as well of multi-purpose buildings for the barangays, a lot of that insurgency is now almost, or if not completely, gone in some areas. We have a saying actually there that where the road begins, insurgency ends. I would just like to request lang the Honorable Secretary, Mr. Chair, if ever na at least a good consideration will also be given as well to our fellow district congressmen and our fellow colleagues also in Mindanao, because it has really been pivotal and it is a principal contributor to the lessening of insurgency, the improvement of economic growth as well, and also the quality of life of our constituents there. So that would be all, Mr. Chair. And again, thank you, Mr. Secretary.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you, Representative Almario. Last on the list of, from the minority, Representative Raul Manuel, please. You're now recognized. Representative Raul Manuel. Okay, in his absence, we will go on to the next interpolator. Okay. I did. Oh. So next in line would be Representative Ino D. You are now recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chairman, I'd like to say congratulations po to our good secretary. Given his track record, Mr. Chairman, I know the department is in good hands, Mr. Chairman. However, Mr. Chairman, I was tasked by our chairman, Chairman Saldico, to spearhead the sponsorship of the Department of Tourism and the tourism budget. But during our budget briefings, there were questions from the members of this committee addressed or specifically addressed to or concerning the TRIP program of the Department of Public Works and Highways. So, Mr. Chairman, given that I have to defend DOT's budget, I would also like to know from the Department of Public Works and Highways kung ano ba po yung, if I may ask a few questions lang po regarding the TRIP program. Base ho kasi dito po sa ating TRIP program, can we, or are these programs for 2023 identified by both DPWH and the Department of Tourism as provided by your special provisions in the department's 2023 NEP?
Mr. Chairman, Your Honor, Mr. Chairman, the program for our convergence program for the Department of Tourism in 2023 is basically continuing the projects that had been started in previous years. No, we have not included any new project at this point in time. All these projects were identified initially by the Department of Tourism through a memorandum of agreement with the Department of Public Works and Highways. We provide the capital program to construct the roads leading to the tourist areas, but the identification of these tourist areas were done through the Department of Tourism in accordance with our agreement, memorandum of agreement, Your Honor.
Thank you. And Mr. Chairman, in addition to that, do we, may the good secretary provide us, or is there a completion, a list of completion of the 2022 projects of these, or these current projects of the department under the TRIP program?
Certainly, Your Honor, we have been furnishing the Department of Tourism the status of implementation of the projects under our convergence program with the Department of Tourism.
Opo, and in addition to that, thank you po, Mr. Secretary. In addition to that po kasi, in the 2023 NEP, dun po sa ating details of projects, although you've mentioned that all the projects are currently ongoing, but it seems to be that marami po dun ay package 1 projects or new projects. So, yun po, pwede ba po nating pagbanggain po sa list po ng Department of Tourism, because we also need to confirm with the department or Secretary Cristina that yun nga po, ito po yung projects ng both DOT and the DPWH.
Your Honor, Mr. Chairman, yes, certainly we can provide a list of the projects that we're implementing under the convergence program with the Department of Tourism for 2023, Your Honor.
Maraming salamat po, Mr. Chair. And also, for the 2023 NEP, 16,803,507,000,000 was appropriated under the current TRIP program. But after, adding all the regions and all the detailed list presented in this or under the TRIP program, there's a disparity of 1,128,100,000 pag inad po lahat ng region. So yun po yung sana gustong tanongin kung bakit po may disparity between the 16.8 billion and also the 15.6 total po.
Your Honor, our detailed list of projects that we're implementing and the amount that has been submitted to the Department of Budget and Management for our proposed 2023 budget for tourism is 15,675,407, Your Honor. That is the exact amount that is accompanied by details, Your Honor.
Mr. Chairman, dito po kasi sa page 656, sa special provision po, nakalagay po dito that the amount of 16,803,507,000 po yung amount. Sa page 656 of volume 2.
Mr. Chairman, Your Honor, we will have to check on this, because as far as our record is concerned, we only have 15, as I said, 15 billion. We have to check on this if there is any discrepancy, Your Honor, as you pointed out.
Sige po, Mr. Chairman, because I know these questions will also be asked to this representation during my budget hearing po with the Department of Tourism, because it involves, the trip projects is under or lodged into the Department of Public Works and Highways. Maraming salamat po, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you po.
Thank you, Representative D. You still have, are you done? Representative D, tapos na? Huh? Are you, Representative Ino D, are you done with your interpellation?
Actually, may one last question, Mr. Chairman. Meron ba ho tayong current na National Tourism Road Plan na jointly identified by the Department and also the Department of Tourism?
The National Tourism Development Plan comes from the Department of Tourism, Your Honor. We are only providing the necessary support to the plan, Your Honor.
Okay po, Mr. Chairman, we'll ask the Department of Tourism. Maraming salamat po, the good Secretary. Thank you.
Thank you, Representative D. Going back to the minority, we have next Deputy Minority Leader Presley De Jesus.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm here. This address to the Secretary. Thank you, Mr.
Thank
Chair. To our Secretary, our good Secretary. In the budget hearing this morning, it would seem to appear that the DPWH sinisisi ang mga electric cooperatives dahil yung pagre-relocate po ng poste na can we inquire which specific areas po yung mga electric cooperatives na sinabihan po ng mga regional director po nyo na dapat ilipat ang poste po ng mga electric cooperatives. Mr. Chair.
Your Honor, Mr. Chairman, I think we need to consolidate yung data namin where we have informed the cooperatives, particularly on the relocation of the posts. But certainly, I would like to repeat again say that the cost of transferring the posts are actually incorporated in the programs of work that we are undertaking, Your Honor.
Mr. Chair.
Yes, go ahead.
My next question is, can they provide us, the data on the matter kung sino talaga mga electric cooperatives na they still have poles alongside the highway. So we need that in order for the electric cooperatives, masabihan namin sila if they're already paid, na ilipat nila because it's so dangerous to the motorists, Mr. Chair.
Your Honor, Mr. Chairman, we will provide the list actually in these areas, Your Honor.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And last question, Mr. Chair.
Go ahead.
Do you have the inventory of the poles that already still in the highway, yung nakaharang po? Yung unrelocated po, yung pong nasa karsada pa ng mga poste na hindi pa naililipat. Do you have any inventory when it comes to that, Mr. Chair?
Your Honor, yes, I'm sure that we have an inventory of the unrelocated posts along what our national roads, Your Honor, and we can come up with the list actually if so desired, Your Honor.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I would like just the inventory of the unrelocated posts of the electric cooperatives. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much,
Secretary.
Representative De Jesus. Now, the next on the list would be Representative Alan T.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, I move that we direct the Department of Public Works and Highway to submit to us the list of projects and programs under TRIP, jointly identified by the Department of Public Works and Highways and the Department of Tourism under the National Tourism Development Plan.
Yes, I think that was also requested earlier.
Within tomorrow, Mr. Chairman.
Yeah.
Your
Mr.
Honor, we
Secretary?
will comply.
Okay, thank you. Now we will recognize Representative Estrella.
Mr. Chairman, yes, I would like to ask the good secretary, the 15,192 million was appropriated under the special road fund. On what year is this amount collected from?
Your Honor, I would not, well, I don't have any information on what year this has been generated, Your Honor, but the amount that has been given to us, actually, Your Honor, has been an amount that was given to us by the Department of Budget and Management.
Okay. The only reason is that only 2,127,937,000 is presented in the details of the DPWH program and projects for the special road fund. The balance of 13,064,063,000 is an attribution expenditure under the asset preservation program. For transparency and accountability, can you unbundle the amounts attributed to the special road fund from the asset preservation program and provide us a detailed list of projects covered by the 13,064,063,000?
Your Honor, certainly, yes, we can unbundle and we can provide you the list of the funds that had been attributed to the Motor Vehicle Users Charge Fund, Your Honor, to come up with the entire 15 billion allocation, Your Honor.
Yes, the reason for this, Mr. Secretary, is that this is an example only. No? There is a place that had a collection from the LTO of 21 million. And yet, the department allotted or allocated 483,876,000 in the engineering district. We would just like to know how or what formula the department used to be able to come out with this amount. Kasi kung ganun po ang natanggap na koleksyon ng LTO, tapos ganun din po kalaki naman ang nilagay ng DPWH, gusto ko lang ho talaga malaman kung paano nyo ibinibigay. Kasi sa pagkaintindi ko, sana ho, para maging equitable, kung magkano ang koleksyon ng ahensya ng LTO, yun din naman po sana ang ginagastos o ibinabalik ng DPWH doon sa lugar na yon. Kasi equitable yun. Pero ito, napakalaki and napaka-glaring ho na 21 million lang ho ang collection, pero ang binigay nyo doon is 484 million. Now, just for transparency, may we know how this came about? Because, Mr. Chairman, it's very important to be able to face our constituents and tell them, ganito lang ang natanggap natin kasi ganito yung formula, pero lahat naman kami ganyan. Hindi naman pwede yung isang lugar lang, napakalaki naman ho, ang natanggap, pero ang liit ng koleksyon. Eh, zero nga ang Quezon City. Nag-uusap kami ni Honorable Congressman Franz Pumare, nagtataka rin siya. So, kasama ho yun dun sa isang tatanungin ko pa. Ang nakalagay po dito, yung 98% nitong mga project na to funded from the 2,127,937 are for the installation of solar street lights or safety devices solar studs. Yet, I have gathered from the Road and Bridge Information Application Database of the DPWH that as of 2021, a total of 4,206 kilometers of roads were classified in poor condition and 1,975 kilometers in bad condition. And in the 2023 NEP targets, page 23, volume 2, the department aims to rehabilitate, construct, upgrade only 228 kilometers of roads nationwide. Ito ba ho ang priority ng DPWH? Yung hunang solar studs bago magpaayos ng kalsada? Gusto ko lang po malaman.
Your Honor, Mr. Chair. Well, both of them are important actually yung for programs for upgrading of our national roads, Your Honor, because we also want to put up the necessary lighting facilities, if you like, and road safety facilities to prevent incidents along the roads, Your Honor. But definitely, Your Honor, the upkeep of the roads is the more primary importance to us, actually, for the national roads, Your Honor. Let me just point out a little bit on the utilization of the Motor Vehicle User Charge Fund at this point in time, Your Honor, because it is not a separate fund per se that we are now allocating. There is no formula and whatsoever. The guidelines that has been given to us in the formulation of the 2023 budget is the Motor Vehicle User Charge Fund amounting to more or less 15 billion is part of the ceiling allocable amount of the Department of Public Works and Highways. So, in fact, Your Honor, the MVUC is already how do you call it? It's already coagulated or with other programs of the department. It's already merged with other programs with the department, Your Honor. So the only thing that we are doing is attribution, Your Honor. And the most logical attribution for the Motor Vehicle User Charge Fund is for the asset preservation of our national roads and some road safety devices, Your Honor. This is the guidelines that we've received from the Department of Budget and Management, Your Honor.
It is worthy to emphasize that Section 7 of RA 8794 as amended by RA 11239 provides that all monies collected under the MVUC shall be earmarked solely for the construction, upgrading, repair, and rehabilitation of roads, bridges, and road drainage. Mr. Secretary, how much is it allocated for construction, for repair, and rehabilitation, and for upgrading of roads and road drainage in the Special Road Funds balance of 3,000 crores?
Your Honor, the MVUC is already
13,064,063,000.
Your Honor, this includes the asset preservation. This is part of the asset preservation program, which includes preventive maintenance, rehabilitation, reconstruction of upgrading of damaged paved roads, and rehabilitation, reconstruction with slopes, Your Honor. So this is part of the entire program already, Your Honor. But we have attributed, I think, about 13 billion of this to the road fund, Your Honor. We can provide the attribution that we have undertaken, Your Honor.
Thank you very much, Mr. Secretary. That's all.
Thank
you,
you.
Mr. Chairman.
Perfect timing. Next. Yeah. Oo nga. Next interpolator, Representative Erwin Cheng. You're around? Oh, what's the motion?
Mr. Chair, may I request the department to submit to us the list of projects, programs of the balance of 13 billion under the Special Road Fund within 24 hours. Since it's already, you already mentioned that it's attributed to asset preservation, so you have a list of those projects of the balance of 13 billion. So can we be provided with that list of projects and programs? Because it's under special account and it should be accounted for.
Your Honor, yes, we will comply with the request, Your Honor, and we'll furnish you the list of the projects incorporated into the balance of the road fund of 13 billion, more or less, Your Honor.
Thank you.
And likewise, Mr. Chair, because it's a motion, Mr. Chair.
But would you just wait for your turn? Because you're almost up anyway.
Mr. Chair, under our rules, a motion must
Okay.
first be addressed, Mr.
Okay.
Chair.
What is the motion?
So, again, since there will be a distribution, a list of projects attributed for the balance of 13 billion, now may I also ask for a percentage, how much was allocated for construction, for repair and maintenance, for road drainage, for upgrading? That's all, Mr. Chair. It should
We
be
will provide
included
you
in
with the list, Your
to be
Honor.
submitted. And the percentage for upgrade, for construction, for repair and rehabilitation, road drainage, upgrading. Thank you,
Vice-
Mr. Chair.
Vice Chair T, just a point of order. A motion is not needed at this point because the good secretary has actually committed to submitting all of your requests. And please take note that Rep T requested that you do the submission within 24 hours, sir. Which
Yes,
you can
Mr.
email. You can email to the Committee on Appropriations.
Yes, Mr. Chair. Actually, it's in addition to the motion that I have earlier already approved by the chair. It's an addition.
Even the previous one was not necessarily a motion. It was a request,
And,
which the secretary has promised to comply. It is a request, not a motion. So going forward, Representative Gatchalian. One more time. Representative Rex Gatchalian. In his absence, we'll go to the next in line. There you go, Mr. Franz Pumaren. Finally.
Finally, talagang yung... Anyway, thank you very much, Mr. Presiding Officer. Good afternoon. Total, they open up yung sa road users tax po. I don't know if you have the data, but as of August 2022, collection for NCR alone is 4 billion. Projected collection till 2022 is 5.9 billion. So I think that's another area for you to at least submit the proposed projects or projects that were implemented also. Anyway, going back to the NCR problem, a while ago, my colleague from Quezon City manifested with regards to the budget, no? Kanina po, Sec, you mentioned na fair and equitable ang sharing. So when you say that, the way I look at it, ang pagbabawas po natin is fair, meaning kung lahat dapat 20%, lahat 20% ang bawas. But based on my survey among fellow congressmen, so far ako po pinakamalaking binawas, 64%. Ngayon, I just want to correct the misconception na sinasabi in Quezon City o NCR per se, wala nang kailangan gawin. Sa tingin ko po, mali po yung perception natin doon. I was born and raised in Quezon City. I know the landscape very well. Kagaya po ng minention, lahat po ng dadaan dyan, whether papuntang north, south, dadaan po sa Quezon City. Pangalawa, lagi pong binabaha dyan. So pag binaha, masisira yung kalye, may mga problema po sa creek, yung sa manggahan, may problema din po yan. Pangatlo, ngayon nag-open na po ang ating face-to-face na klase. Dito po sa Quezon City, kulang po ang classrooms. In fact, per section, we have about 50 to 70 students. Minsan may dalawang rotation, minsan may 3 rotation. So that alone is already a testament that we need to improve on certain areas. Pang-apat pong ipo-point out ko po dito, Sec, Metro Manila per se is really congested. The only way to give a little leeway to our constituents is to have their own multipurpose. Wala na po masyadong park po doon. I think the Honorable Senior Vice Chairman, Congresswoman Stella, can attest to that. Her district is so congested. So the only way for us, or for my constituents, to have at least some sort of a playground, yung multipurpose po. So yun po ang dapat tignan po natin yung whole picture. So, yun po ang aking observation ng po, Secretary. Sana, I can invite any of your, you per se, or even yung mga USEC. So, you can check my district po. Yun lang naman po ang aking appeal, Mr. Secretary.
Your Honor, Mr. Chairman, yes, certainly listen to the request of the good Congressman for Quezon City, and we will attend to it in accordance with the mandate of the department po. We will assure you that we'll attend to your concerns po.
Yes, another thing, follow-up lang po, Mr. Secretary, through you, Mr. Presiding Officer, kagaya na sinabi po, equitable ang sharing natin. Bakit sa akin po 64% ang tinanggal?
Your Honor, as I have explained, hindi ho naman yung the formula that we have actually used in the allocation of resources will not result to an equal reduction or increase in any of the allocable amounts, no? Because, as I said, it has considered 7 parameters, no? Like yung kagaya ng scarcity of infrastructure, land area, historical allocations, 7 parameters po yan. So, it will not result to equal reduction or increase, Your Honor. So, I think the logic here is actually for the well-to-do cities and areas, urban areas, that, we also have give a little leeway to the areas, the rural areas, for them to grow, to develop. Yun lang naman yung kwan lang ng konti, compensating. We give them a little leeway, Your Honor. I think because of the poverty incidence factor that we've included into the formula.
Yeah, Mr. Presiding Officer, tama po naman po yung sinasabi nyo. I'm not contesting because I know for a fact that some of the areas in the provinces talagang rural. Pero in spite of them, their budget being slashed, napakalaki pa rin po. It's still malaki pa rin po. So, I mean to say, Kahit na slash, malaki rin po. Yung sa akin na slash talaga maliit po. Anyway, nung previous meeting po natin, SEC, together with yung mga political parties, you mentioned partly kaya po nabawasan because yung isa right of way. Tama po ba yun? Yung parang previous years obligation natin, yung payment sa right of way, yung mga maintenance, tama po ba yun, SEC? Yes, okay. Kasi kung titignan nyo po dito, chinek ko po yung sa 2021, 2022, noong 2021, ang allocation natin sa road right-of-way acquisition, of course, hindi pa po kayo nakano doon, no? Acquisition amounting is to 6.5 billion. However, ang hindi po nagastos is 1.4 billion, okay? Ang na-disburse lang po doon, sinasabi po natin dito, disbursement rate po nun is 28.57% lang. So, 3.6 billion ang disbursed funds. So itong as of June 30, ang financial performance po natin is even worse than 2021. So yun po ang sinasabi ko lang po. If ever talagang we need to pay those right of way, ang sa akin lang naman po siguro, let's look at the angle na huwag naman po masyadong drastic. Meaning na masyadong malaki yung iano natin, baka naman po pwedeng mai-scatter naman po natin yan para hindi mo maapektuhan lahat.
Your Honor, yes, I would agree with you na dapat tignan natin. But I think as far as the records of the department that I have gathered and received, I think we have a consolidated payable of road right-of-way of about 30 billion all over the country, no? And for 2023, we have only allocated, I think, about 20 billion pesos for the payment of outstanding obligations ready to be paid, Your Honor, for 2023.
Okay, Mr. Presiding Officer. Yes,
wrap up.
kagaya po ng minention ko po, SEC, noong 2021, nag-budget tayo ng 6 billion, same thing din 2022, hindi naman po natin nagamit.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Franz Humaran.
Okay.
Your time has expired.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Chair,
We recognize Senior Vice Chair Stella Kimbo.
just for purposes of having orderly proceedings, for ordinary motions, kindly wait for your turn. Nandito po yung listahan, sagrado po yung listahan. At alam po namin na memorize din yung listahan, wala pong nakakasingit po dyan. Now, if the motion is a privileged one, meaning if you wish to move to adjourn or wish to move to question the quorum, pero wag niyo sanang gawin yan dahil nandito si Majority Leader, then you can do that at any point in time. So again, this is just for purposes of order. Thank you. Session suspended.
Okay, session resumed. The next on the list will recognize Representative 3rd Marañon.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Good afternoon to the DPWH family. To Secretary Bunoan, we are happy that you're back as at the helm of DPWH, the department that you have served for so long. I would just like to ask about the DPWH DTI convergence program, on the Roll It program. We'd just like to get an update on this program, Mr. Chair.
Your Honor, Mr. Chair, yes, this is also an ongoing program, convergence program, to support the small and medium enterprises and manufacturing sites and ecozones, Mr. Chairman. So I think this is a continuing program that, again, in similar convergence programs, it's the Department of Trade and Industry that identifies the priority areas, locations where we put the necessary road connection to these areas, Mr. Chairman. And again, for 2023, we have allocated 4 billion, all 8 billion, more than 8 billion pesos actually to continue with ongoing projects, Mr. Chairman. For now, we have not included any new projects, Mr. Chairman, at this point in time.
For 2023, you have 8 billion. Is that correct?
For 2023, Your Honor, for 2023, we have allocated 80 million 797.
This you did this together with DTI and DPWH.
Yes, Your
Is
Honor.
that correct, Mr. Chair?
Yes, Your Honor, Mr. Chair.
I have figures amounting to 9.45 billion appropriated under the Roll It program, but only 8 billion is presented in the details on programs of DPWH, Mr. Chair.
Yes, Your
And
Honor.
is there a disparity of about a billion?
Yes, Your Honor. I think our program, the detailed program for our Roll It, submitted to the Department of Budget and Management is what I have mentioned about a little more than 8 billion, Your Honor.
I don't think this is previous. This is not for the 2023, Mr. Chair. This is previous appropriations amounting to 9.1, but only 8 billion was spent. No, what happened to the 1 billion, Mr. Chair, Your Honor?
Again, we will, Mr. Chairman, Your Honor, Mr. Chairman, I think we will have to clarify with the Department of Budget and Management what seems to be the discrepancy in this. But because our detailed programs that we have submitted to the DBM only amounts to the more than a little over 8 billion, Your Honor.
May we have a list of those projects, Mr. Chair, with regards to the Roll It program of DTI and DPWH?
Your Honor, Mr. Chairman, yes, certainly we will furnish the Honorable Congressman the list of the projects under the Roll It program, Your Honor.
Thank you. There's a lot of projects suspended because of road right-of-way problems, Mr. Chair. How much did DPWH allot for this year's budget, Mr. Chair?
Your Honor, we have allocated more than Yes, let me just quote, Your Honor. We have allocated around 20 billion, Your Honor, for road right-of-way payments, including utility relocations, Your Honor. This one is 12 billion 500 for various completed projects, and then 5.5 billion for ongoing projects, and other right-of-way claims that we expect that will be settled in court in 2023, Your Honor.
That's good news, Mr. Chair, because I was with our regional director earlier, and she informed us that Region 6 has a need of about 500 million, Mr. Chair, to settle all the right-of-way problems, right-of-way claims, Mr. Chair. No? And there's a lot of projects there now that have been suspended because of this road right-of-way problem. So I hope that with these funds that have been allocated to solve right-of-way claims, Mr. Chair, the projects will again be on a full steam ahead. That will be all, Mr. Chair. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you. Now, next in line is Representative Alan T. Your turn.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you.
Under the TRIP program of the Department of Tourism, Mr. Secretary, under the special provisions, under the TRIP program, it says here that it should be jointly, the identification of project must be jointly undertaken by your department and the Department of Tourism. The question now is, did you jointly undertake the projects with the Department of Tourism in the submission of the list of projects that you listed under your NEP proposals?
Your Honor, Mr. Chairman, certainly, yes, of course, we coordinated with the Department of Tourism in this convergence program for the Department of Tourism. The arrangement, Your Honor, is that the Department of Tourism will identify the priority areas of tourist destinations, as they point out. And once they have identified the priority areas, this is where the Department of Public Works and Highways will come in and see how we can support them with the road access to these areas, Mr. Chairman. For 2023, for CY 2023, as we have pointed out, the program that we are implementing in 2023 are only those projects that have been previously identified and ongoing, Mr. Chairman, Your Honor. And we have not included any new projects at this point in time under the present administration, Your Honor.
So, Mr. Chairman, can you please tell me the meaning of ongoing? What is the definition of ongoing projects?
Ongoing projects are those projects that have already been started, Your Honor, and started in previous years that need completion.
So, based on your definition, there's already a project that has been started. Am I correct?
Yes, correct, Your Honor.
Thank you. Based on the list that you submitted, which I compared to the General Appropriation Act for fiscal year 2022, I identified under the TRIP program, 60 new projects. 60 new projects, Mr. Secretary. These are not ongoing projects. May I ask why? There are 60 new projects identified under the TRIP program that you submitted.
In 2022, these are the projects included in the 2023 budget, Your Honor.
The 2023 projects, I identified 60 new projects when I compared it to General Appropriation Act of fiscal year 2022. How come there is a new projects listed in your proposed 2023?
Well, we'll certainly look into this the projects that you have cited, Your Honor, because I understand that the lists that were generated for the 23 budget had been certified only ongoing projects, Your Honor. So, but if if you cited that there are projects that are new, I think we would appreciate it very much if we can also get we can validate all this list, Mr. Chairman, Your Honor. So we can.
Yes, Mr. Secretary, I will provide you the list of the 60 new projects that I have identified based on your submission for fiscal year 2023. Okay, so let's go to Roll It program. Under the Roll It program, as mentioned by Congressman Marañon, there are criteria to be followed or procedures to be followed. So, as you mentioned, you followed that criteria. Am I correct?
Yes, Your Honor. Again, it is the Department of Trade and Industry that identifies and prioritizes the locations of the areas that needs access, which we only provide, Your Honor.
Again, based on the Roll It program that you submitted, there are 93 new projects that were included in your 2023 proposals under the Roll It program. So how come there are 93 new projects?
Your Honor, again, it's similarly to the convergence program of the Department of Tourism. The projects that we have incorporated under the proposed 2023 budget have been certified by our field offices to be ongoing projects. Either these are multi-year projects, Your Honor, that is continuing, you know. So, I would really, again, I would have appreciated so that we can validate 93 projects that are new. I certainly not in accordance with what we plan to do in 2023, Your Honor.
Correct, Mr. Secretary, because under the special provisions, it's very clear that it should be jointly undertaken. The evaluation must be jointly undertaken by your department and the concerned agency under the convergence program.
That is correct, Your Honor. In fact, we only coordinate. I mean, we only accept the projects that are identified by the Department of Trade and Industry for the rolling project, Your Honor.
Yes. That's why, since we require you to submit to us the list of projects under the Roll It program, I will also provide you with the list of those that identified as new. All right. So we can already have a comparison on the projects.
We will do that, Your Honor.
Thank you, Mr. Secretary. On the other issue, Mr. Secretary, by the way, Mr. Secretary, I was informed by the Department of Trade Industry that the last projects that they evaluated and endorsed by the Department of Trade and Industry was in the year 2020. So after 2020, they have not submitted any projects pertaining to the Roll-It program. Can you confirm that with your planning?
We will look into, probably look into this, Your Honor, because I think what we are including in our program for the time being are only the ongoing projects that we started probably in 2020 or 2021 and up to 2022. And again, we want to complete all these ongoing projects probably by 2023, Your Honor.
Mr. Secretary, on the organizational outcome, asset preservation, may I ask in order of priority? First, repair and rehabilitation. Second, new construction. Third, road drainage. Fourth, upgrading. Which is your priority under the organizational outcome number 1?
Well, because of the scarce resources that we have, Your Honor, all of these are actually equally important, Your Honor, if I may say. All of these activities are equally important: preventive maintenance, rehabilitation, reconstruction, upgrading of damaged paved roads, rehabilitation of road with slips, and all these are actually equally important, Your Honor. But we try to adequately provide in the order of urgency, actually, Your Honor, that within the resources that we have for the time being, Your Honor.
So would you say that the order of urgency would be the repair and rehabilitation of poor and bad road conditions? In your order of priority, Mr. Secretary?
Well, I think, yes, it could be the priority, Your Honor, for especially those projects that would redound to actually safeguard the safety of the motoring public, Your Honor. I think that would be given utmost priority, Your Honor.
Yes, because as mentioned by Congressman Estrella a while ago, in the distribution of the Special Road Fund, as detailed, you allocated the 2,127,937,000 or 98% for the installation of safety devices, solar street lights. Does it take more priority than the repair and rehabilitation of poor and bad conditions?
Your Honor, I think there are two aspects of the question. You know, lighting is also necessary actually to for safety reasons. And these are actually necessary to prevent incidents or accidents that may cost lives along the way, Your Honor. And I would really also put a little importance to it, especially in black spots that we have identified. Of course, the repair and repair of roads are also necessary for the efficient mobility of our vehicles, actually. This is the reason why we are just allocating part of it, Your Honor, in the asset preservation program all in all, Your Honor. So it becomes part of the entire program, Your Honor.
Correct. But the point is, in the special road fund, it was already shown that 98% you allocated it to solar street lights and safety devices. 98%, Mr. Secretary, when, as mentioned a while ago, again, by Congressman Estrella, we have 4,206 kilometers of poor road conditions, we have 1,975 kilometers of bad road conditions. And in your target, Mr. Secretary, you will only repair and rehab 228 kilometers only, Mr. Secretary, based on your performance information. Can
Your
you
Honor,
please explain to us, Mr. Secretary?
Yeah, may I just clarify a little bit that the motor vehicle user charge fund of what has been allocated to the ceiling of the department is 15 billion. What the honorable congressman is referring to as the 2 billion for solar lights is just part of that 15 billion. The 13 billion allocated under the motor vehicle research charge fund is being used for the repair and maintenance of national roads, Your Honor. That will address actually the concern of the bad roads that you have cited, Your Honor.
Precisely, Mr. Secretary. That's why we are asking you to submit to us the balance of 13 billion
That's
where you
correct.
allocated it.
Yeah, yes, Your Honor. We will comply to provide you with the list, Your Honor. We have the list. The attribution of the 13 billion allocation for motor vehicle research charge fund, Your Honor.
Thank you.
And yes, Mr. Chairman.
Your time's up. Please wrap up.
All right. Mr. Chairman, Congresswoman Baby Alin Vargas Alfonso is kind enough to lend me her time. Yield her time to me, Mr. Chairman.
I'm sorry, but there's a rule that it's not allowed. But anyway, we'll give you a few more seconds.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Secretary, are you familiar with the MVUC yearly collection? Do you have a copy of the MVUC yearly collection of the Land Transportation Office?
Sorry, Your Honor, we don't have any information to the extent of the collection under the MVUC, Your Honor.
I will provide you with the list, Mr. Secretary, to guide you on the collection per region of the Special Road Fund. Because it seems, apparently, that those with most collection get the least amount in the Special Road Fund utilization. And those with least collection gets the bulk of the Special Road Fund. My question to you, is it fair and equitable, Mr. Secretary?
Your Honor, Mr. Chairman, unfortunately, in the process of the allocation of the fund, actually is already part of the ceiling of the department. And it's not a specific program that we are attending to under the MVUC provisions, actually. And unless this is going to be revised, actually the guidance that had been given to us by the Department of Budget and Management is actually that it becomes part of the allocable amount for our budget, and we can only attribute to what specific programs under the Motor Vehicle Usage Charge Fund, Your Honor.
But do you know also, Mr. Secretary, that the Special Road Fund is under special account and there's a special purpose for its utilization? That's why in the presentation of the National Expenditures Program, it is lodged under special account.
I am aware of the Motor Vehicle Usage Charge Fund, Your Honor, and in fact, I was one of those who tried to provide inputs in the formulation of the law of the Motor Vehicle Research Charge Fund when I was still in the department a long time ago. And yes, certainly, when it was a separate fund in itself, this was allocated according to the provisions of the law. But this time, Your Honor, since it was amended and became actually part of the general fund, then I think this was diluted to the provision of the entire budgetary allocations for the Department of Public Works and Highways, Your Honor.
Yes, but you know, the presentation, it has been the practice of the department since 2022, that presentation of the special road fund are accounted per projects, per details. It's never been attributed based on the years of submission of the NEP under the special road fund. There's a detailed list to account for it. Why did you change the presentation of the special road fund in the submission of your NEP for 2023? I have here a copy, Mr. Secretary, GAA of 2022, a detailed list of special road fund utilization or list of projects covered by the special road fund. I think it should be presented in details under special account.
Okay, Mr. Representative T.
Yes, Your
time is
Honor.
up. Mr.
Yes, Your
Secretary,
Honor, I think
please reply.
we'll look into the process, and certainly we will discuss this further with the Department of Budget and Management, Your Honor.
Thank you very much.
Mr. Secretary. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Next on the list would be, we'd recognize Mark Go via Zoom. Is he around? Okay.
Yes, Mr. Chair. Magandang hapon po, Mr. Secretary. I have some few questions here. Starting from the bill that I filed, which was already passed into law, this is the full rehabilitation of Cannon Road with the intent of making it as an all-weather road. There was an initial discussion before that instead of DPWH doing the work, they will put it under the PPP. I would like to know whether the technical and feasibility study was already completed as far as the full rehabilitation of Cannon Road. And if this is completed already, when do we start the process to ensure that we can implement this program the soonest possible time, Mr. Secretary, Mr. Chair?
Your Honor, Mr. Chairman, I've been informed that the feasibility study for the proposal has been completed, but we are still going through a viability check on the proposal, Mr. Chairman, whether it's going to be a toll facility or a availability payment, or again, it will be a maintenance O&M contract fund. So we're looking into this possibilities, Your Honor. So, and we are discussing this with the PPP Center, Your Honor.
Thank you, Mr. Secretary. Will it be possible if we can have a timeline on the completion and the final start of the whole process so that we can really address the concerns that we have here as far as Cannon Road is concerned? Right now, Cannon Road is on a closed open situation. When there is rain, it's closed. Just like during the pandemic and during the war, during the typhoons that we had here, Cannon Road has been closed for how many? More than 18 months. And on and off, it's closed. So I think if we can have a clear-cut deadline on when we will start and when we expect to complete the entire process so that we can have an all-weather road, Mr. Secretary, Mr. Chair.
Your Honor, Mr. Chairman, I think, yes, we will provide you with indicative timeline on how we are going to start the program. Mr. Chairman, Your Honor, we also have to wait for the resolution under the BOT law, IRR revisions, Your Honor, in order that we can proceed. with the proposed programs for the Cannon Road? Would it be a toll road? Would it be other modalities that we expect with the private sector to come in? So just the same, Your Honor, we're going to prepare for it.
Okay, thank you very much, Mr. Chair. I hope we can have this started in 2023, either in the middle of 2023 or later part of 2023, Mr. Chair. The other question I have here is, in 2021, we have 12 projects and the amounting to about 121 billion pesos, which are considered to be foreign assisted projects. Mr. Chair, Mr. Secretary, I would like to know how much is the share of the Philippine government in these foreign assisted projects that were included in the budget of 2021, Mr. Chair, Mr. Secretary.
Your Honor, Mr. Chairman, I think we have just to give us a little time to call out, actually, because this is for 2021. For 2021, Your Honor, what is the counterpart fund of the Philippine government for the 121 billion pesos allocated for foreign assisted projects? Your Honor.
Mr. Chair, Mr. Secretary, I asked that because I have a follow-up question. How many foreign assisted projects that you proposed in 2023 and how much we have allocated in the 2023 budget, Mr. Chair, Mr. Secretary?
Your Honor, for under our proposed 2023 budget, we have allocated more or less 70.7 billion for our ongoing foreign assisted projects, Your Honor. This includes the appropriations for covering the foreign component and the loan proceeds, and as well as the counterpart fund, Your Honor.
So the total project, Mr. Secretary, is 70.70 billion pesos, as you stated. This is the total project, Mr. Secretary.
No, this is what we need actually for 2023, Your Honor.
Yes, but the loan that we will get from the foreign institution, is this included as an additional expenditure, although it is shared by the foreign counterpart? Is this included in the budget? The share you said is 70 billion, but how much is the foreign counterpart in this foreign assisted project, Mr. Secretary?
Your Honor, yes, Your Honor, I have to, yes, Your Honor, the loan component of the foreign assisted program still has to be appropriated into the National Expenditure Program budget, Your Honor. In 2023, in fiscal year 20, in calendar year 2023, Your Honor, the 70.7 billion allocation under our program, the loan proceeds will be 41.14 billion, and the government counterpart fund is actually 29.5 billion, Your Honor.
Okay, thank you. So the total amount is 70. That compose both the local and the foreign counterpart in this loan, Mr. Secretary.
That is correct, Your Honor.
Yes. Okay, thank you very much, Mr. Secretary. I would like to ask on the plantilla positions that you have in the Department of Public Works. You have stated here that you have about more than 3,180 unfilled positions in 2022, and this is actually going to be almost the same in 2023, with the total plantilla positions of 23,050. Mr. Secretary. Will you be able to fill up these positions? Because it's indicated they will still be unfilled in 2022. I mean, in 2023. Don't you plan to fill this up in 2023, Mr. Secretary, Mr. Chair?
Your Honor, Mr. Chairman, I think, yes, Your Honor. The updated inventory of our workforce as of June 30, 2022 is that we have a total authorized positions of 21,683. And as of June 30, Your Honor, we have filled up the 19,772. So we only have only vacant positions numbering 1,891 positions, Your Honor. And we are confident that we will be able to fill it up within 2022, Your Honor.
Okay, thank you very much, Mr. Secretary. You know, the projects that you do in the different districts, I understand, and we have seen that you charge certain percent against the allocated budget for a particular project. Is this a common practice in DPWH that you charge administrative cost?
Yes.
And this will form part of your probably money for your additional cost in doing the project, Mr. Secretary?
Before you answer, Representative Go, just a reminder, your time is up, so please wrap up. Thank you.
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Yes, Your Honor, Mr. Chair. Yes, we certainly charge administrative cost of about 3.5% for our administrative and engineering overhead, Your Honor, for us to be able to implement these projects, Your Honor.
So, in other words, if your budget is 718 billion pesos, we just get the cost of the capital outlay, that will be about more than 2 billion pesos in addition to your current budget, Mr. Chair, Mr. Speaker, Mr. Secretary.
That is correct, Your Honor, but these are actually for the implementation of the projects allocated, Your Honor.
Okay, Mr. Chair. Okay, thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Mr. Secretary, maraming po salamat. At ito pong representation ito, sumusuporta po sa inyong budget for 2023. Thank you and good afternoon.
Thank you, Representative Go. Now, before we call on the next interpolator, I now yield the chair to my colleague here, Representative Bingo Matugas.
Maraming salamat, Kong Ronald Singson. Magandang hapon po, Secretary and the rest of DPWH family, and sa lahat po ng colleagues natin dito sa Kongreso. So to continue, we will now call Congresswoman Juliet Ferrer for her interpolation. Kong Juliet, are you here? Are you in the Zoom or? Okay, so we'll move on to the next. The next to interpolate is Congressman Lordan Suwan. Okay.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Please proceed, Kong.
Good afternoon, Mr. Secretary, Mr. Chair, everyone. Mr. Chair, urban flooding is a perennial problem in the city of Cagayan de Oro City, and what's worse is that even in the uplands of Cagayan de Oro, which we call uptown, we already have flooding there in the uptown. So I'm begging the office of the Honorable Secretary if we can apportion some more projects for drainage, because it's very hard to see that even in the upland areas, it's hard to explain to our constituents why there is flooding when in elevated areas already.
Certainly, Your Honor, we'll take note of your concerns in Cagayan de Oro City, especially in the city proper.
Yes, sir.
More particularly, Your Honor.
Yes, sir. And And also, I have another concern. I noticed, Mr. Chair, that DPWH Region 10 proposed two projects, each worth around 150 million for a total of 300 million. But I noticed that in the NEP, there's only around 50 million. So I was just curious, is there a reason why the proposed budget is never granted for the full amount, only a small fraction? Is there a reason for this?
Your Honor, it's probably because of the reduction in the allocable amount, as a result of the reduction in the allocable amount, Your Honor. But certainly we can look into why it was reduced drastically, Your Honor, and see how we can, look at it to accelerate the implementation, Your Honor.
Yes. Thank you, Mr. Secretary. I have a last question. On July 12, 2022, around midnight, the ammunition depot of Camp Evangelista in Cagayan de Oro City was hit with fire. Yes, and I think that we need to support our troops also. And it was unfortunate that upon checking our NEP, we only budgeted 2.6 million for the camp. So I'm asking for the support from the DPWH so that we could also show some, that we also protect the people who protect us.
We'll take note of that, Your Honor, and we will coordinate with the Department of National Defense under our Tikas program on how we can address the rehabilitation of the facility, Your Honor.
Thank you, Mr. Secretary. That's all. This representation, you can count on the support of this representation for your budget. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Kong Suwan. Our next interpolator is Congressman Jojo Ang from Iloilo. Please proceed, Kong Jojo.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. First, Mr. Chair, I would like to thank the good secretary for his support ever since to the Ilonggo and in Region 6. Mr. Chair, I would like to ask the good secretary, what is the status of the long-awaited dream project of the Ilonggos, the Panay-Guimaras-Negros Bridge?
Thank you, Your Honor, Mr. Chairman. Yes, this is one of the priority programs that we intend to implement within the term of the President, Your Honor, to be able to interconnect the island of Panay to Negros via Guimaras. And for the first segment, for Iloilo to Guimaras, we are now in the process of getting the consultancy services for detailed engineering design. And we hope to have that on board in the next few months, Your Honor. This is the segment is Iloilo to Guimaras is under the financial or technical assistance program of the Korean Exim Bank, Your Honor. So in due time, I think within before the year ends, I hope we will be able to start already the detailed engineering design, Your Honor.
Thank you, Honorable Secretary. How about yung Guimaras Negros, Honorable Secretary, Mr. Chair?
Your Honor, that the Guimaras to Negros is also included in the detailed engineering design, Your Honor. Let me just inform the good congressman that
The first segment from Iloilo to Guimaras is what has been committed by the Korean Exim Bank for both detail engineering and civil works. But we are also trying to look for the financing program for the Guimaras to Negros, Pulupandan, Your Honor.
Thank you, Honorable Secretary. Next, Mr. Chair, I'd like to thank also DPWH and Honorable Secretary for including the Iloilo Capiz Aklan Expressway or the Panay Expressway as one of the priority project of the department or priority project of the administration. My question is, Mr. Secretary, Mr. Chair, is it possible that we start this project at the earliest possible time during this administration?
Certainly, Your Honor. I think we intend actually to expedite the implementation of the project. As I mentioned earlier, Your Honor, we're just waiting for the revision of the IIRR of the BOT law, because eventually this is going to be an expressway project that we will offer for under the public-private partnership program. So the moment that we clear out the implementing rules and regulations of the BOT law, we will continue to expedite actually the preparation of this project, Your Honor.
Thank you, Honorable Secretary, Mr. Chair. My last manifestation is a request, Honorable Secretary and Mr. Chair, on behalf of my fellow Ilonggos, that DPWH will consider and include priority funding for the 80-kilometer irrigation highway in the province of Iloilo, which will run parallel to the canal of the Halaor River Multipurpose Project. This 80-kilometer highway will pass the municipality of Calinog, Badyangan, Haniway, Lambunaw, Santa Barbara, New Lucena, Cabatuan, Alimudjan, San Miguel, Tigbawan, and Oton. This 80-kilometer irrigation highway, Honorable Secretary, Mr. Chair, will boost the tourism and economy in the Region 6.
Certainly, Your Honor. I think we will coordinate closely with the National Irrigation Administration and the Department of Agriculture, so that we can, for them to consider actually incorporating the highway that you have mentioned, Your Honor. I think this would jive with the desire of the President also to have an integrated development programs for water resources management, Your Honor.
Thank you, Honorable Secretary, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'd like to put on record that this project, the Panay-Guimaras Negros Bridge, the Iloilo Capiz Aklan Expressway or Panay Expressway, and the 80-kilometer irrigation highway will change the lives of the Ilonggos and will make them contribute more to the development of the country. That is all, Mr. Chair, and I thank the good Secretary and the entire DPWH family for their time. I know that under the leadership of the good Secretary, Manny Bunuan, the DPWH will improve the lives of every Filipino through quality infrastructure. That's all, Honorable Secretary, Mr. Chair. Maraming salamat.
Maraming salamat, Kong Jojo, for your interpolation.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Yes, we will proceed with the next interpolator. May we call Congressman Edo Rama. Are you around, Congressman Edo Rama? We call again Kong Edo Rama, if you're here, the session hall. So he's not here, he's not around, so we'll proceed to the next, Vice Chair Rachel Delmar. So I think she's Vice Chair Rachel Delmar. Are you here? So we'll now proceed to the next, Vice Chair Joboy Aquino. Please proceed, Vice Chair Joboy.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Magandang hapon po, Secretary. Huwag po kayong mag-alala. Sandali lang po ako, Mr. Secretary. And isa lang po ang itatanong ko sa inyo. At sana po, huwag po kayong sumagot ng no. Simpleng-simple lang po, Mr. Secretary.
Yes po.
Wala na pong iba. Pwede po ba ako makabisita sa opisina nyo?
Yes po, by all means po.
Oh, yun lang po. And for the record, I support for the approval of the budget of the DPWH, and I will object to any member who will object for the approval of the DPWH project. I mean, funding. That's all. Again, Madam Chair, thank you very much. Yan lang po. Asahan ko po yan. Baka po wala kayo doon pagpunta ko. Joke lang po. Sige po, maraming salamat.
Maraming salamat, Vice Chair Joboy. We join Vice Chair Joboy in his manifestation of support for the approval of the budget of DPWH. We proceed to the next. May we call on Vice Chair Janet Garin for her interpellation. Ma'am Janet, please proceed.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. A pleasant good afternoon to the DPWH family. At pasensya na po, parang buong araw na kayong andito. But then that's because your agency is very important. First and foremost, allow me to laud the Department of Public Works and Highways. Sa distrito ko po at sa probinsya po namin, yung mga daan na nagawa nyo pave way for higher attendance and entry into tertiary schools. Nagkaroon rin po ng magandang presyo yung aming mga agricultural products kasi napupunta na sa mga supermarkets at nakukuha ng mga hotels and restaurants. Lastly, fresh po yung mga gulay na dumarating dun sa mga nangangailangan. And health services has also been addressed because of access to facilities. Dagdag pa dyan, ando doon yung it answers the problem on insurgency because the response from the gatekeepers of the peace and order in our area has also been addressed. I am not supposed to interpellate Honorable Mr. Chairman and the DPWH family, but kanina something caught my attention. There was an interpellation earlier with an allegation that there are duplication of funding. In the almost 15 years that I've been in Congress and 9 years that I've been in local legislation, I really haven't come across situations where there is duplication of funding. May I get the wisdom of the Honorable Secretary? Kaya gusto ko po itong i-clarify dahil natapyasan na nga ang budget nyo, baka lalong tapyasan no, dun sa malicious insinuation of duplication of funding on some projects. Kaya po ba itong magawa? Or is it, can we assure the public that it is indeed impossible to duplicate a certain road section?
Your Honor, Mr. Chairman, certainly this will not be allowed actually. Duplication of projects cannot be allowed in the expenditure program of the department. We will certainly look into what has been cited earlier, if there is anything, Your Honor, and we will certainly correct anything. If there would be, I would suppose it would just have been a typographic error, and we have a geotagging program in the preparation of the list of projects, Your Honor. So we will certainly seriously look into this.
Is it not, Your Honor, Honorable Secretary, that even locally funded projects, kunyari yung governor or yung mayor, nagpondo ng daan na ipapasemento, hindi po ba ay nakikita rin ito ng DPWH? And that's what you call geotagging.
Yes, Your Honor, may coordinates po yan, Your Honor.
At kung kunyari, pinondohan ng DPWH ngayon, pinasemento yung 100, minsan kasi ang nakikita natin, name of the road
Opo.
section. Pero hindi po ba sa actual implementation, there are stations? At nakikita po kung talaga bang nagkakadoble-doble o hindi?
Yes, Your Honor, yes. This is what the geotagging system is all about, that we have to avoid actually yung duplication of
So we
of
can
the
assure
projects.
the public
Yes.
that it is almost impossible to have duplication of funding.
Yes, Your Honor.
With that, Mr. Honorable Secretary, Mr. Chairman, I will object to those who will object to the motion of the Honorable Joboy Aquino. We strongly support your department, and we do hope that after the pandemic, no, kasi naintindihan natin yung streamlining ng mga pondo ngayon, we do hope that in the coming years, tataas ulit yung pondo nyo because you have been providing a lot of jobs and you have been providing a lot of opportunities to people, especially in the rural areas. Maraming salamat po.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Maraming salamat po, Vice Chair Janet Garin, for your support and for the DPWH. Next to interpolate, may we call on Vice Chair Benny Abante, if you are present, sir. Again, may we call on Vice Chair Benny Abante. I think he's not around, so we'll proceed to the next. May we call on Pong Albert Garcia. Pong Albert Garcia,
Yes,
for your interpolation, sir. Please proceed.
Maraming salamat, Mr. Chair. Magandang hapon po sa ating napakahusay na secretary at sa buong DPWH family. Thank you for your tireless effort in addressing the concerns of our representatives, as this is very significant to their district and our people. So maraming salamat po for your patience. I just have a few concerns, Mr. Secretary. Una po, alam niyo naman, siguro before the pandemic, merong JICA study which says that we are losing 3.5 billion pesos a day. 3.5 billion pesos a day because of the traffic congestion in Metro Manila, because of the productivity loss, pollution, and so on and so forth. At isa nga ito sa naging justification for the inclusion of the Bataan-Cavite Bridge project dahil malaki ang may tutulong nito to decongest Metro Manila. Because if we do the bridge, or if the bridge is implemented, you can totally bypass Metro Manila going north and south. So malaki po yung madidecongest sa Metro Manila. At kaya nasama po ito sa build project. Tapos na po yung feasibility, and I think ongoing yung detailed engineering design. Ngayon po, hopefully bahagi po siya ng build better and more project ng new administration dahil magiging napaka mega infrastructure project po nito for this administration. Because of its significance, and by the way, it has the highest rate of return among all the build projects at 34%, I believe. So may I know the status, Mr. Secretary, nitong napakahalagang project, and when can procurement process start? Thank you.
Your Honor, yes, this is a very important project that we're attending to. The detailed engineering, as you has pointed out, Your Honor, is already 54% complete. And we expect to complete the entire detailed engineering design by the first quarter of next year. So that after the approval of the detailed engineering design, then we will proceed actually to the procurement for the civil works, Your Honor. This is under the financing program of the Asian Development Bank. So secured po ito.
Yeah. I'm happy to hear that, Mr. Secretary, at katabi niyo po si Yusek Sadain, who's on top of this. So probably first or second quarter of next year, procurement po tayo.
Detailed design, completion first quarter, and then yung procurement will follow siguro on the second semester second semester of next year, Your Honor.
At sana po procurement tayo, wag na pong PPP kasi madidili na naman po itong napakahalagang project. Sana po diretso
This is going
procurement na
to
po.
be capital program, Your Honor, because this is financed by the Official Development Assistance from the Asian Development Bank.
Thank you, Mr. Secretary. Next point po, alam naman po natin na overbeaten path na po yung ating NLEX. Katabi ko po si Congresswoman Ana York at talagang traffic na going north to Isabela. Marami na pong nire-repair. In fact, yung mga trucks po ay binabawasan na po natin dahil nasisira na po yung mga daan. So, having said that, nasa radar na po ba ng DPWH yung matagal na pong plano, panahon pa ni President Marcos Sr. Ito pong coastal road from Manila to Bulacan, to Pampanga, to Bataan. Nang sa ganon, mabawasan naman yung overbeaten path nitong NLEX na talagang kami tuwing umuwi ay madalas na natatraffic.
Thank you, Your Honor. Bata pa ako sa Department of Public Works and Highways yata yung Manila-Bataan Coastal Road Project, Your Honor. But certainly with the concern of about yung NLEX situation, Your Honor, we have discussed this intensively with the good Congresswoman on how to address the issues of providing the necessary facility or road connections actually to address these issues doon sa expressway po, and we have agreed on a time frame actually to address, to implement the projects that we have discussed with the good Congresswoman, Your Honor.
Yeah. Mr. Secretary, Mr. Chair, iba po yung pinopropose ni Congresswoman Ana York Bondok sa coastal road na binabanggit ko po. Of course, both are relevant projects na malaki yung may tutulong. Pero bukod po doon, malaking bagay din po yung coastal road from Bataan, Bulacan, Pampanga, and connecting to Manila. Dahil ang laki po ng masisave on time, pas madidecongest sa NLEX, Mr. Secretary.
Yes, Your Honor, we will again revisit actually that proposal, Your Honor, in tandem with the connection between Cavite and Bataan Bridge, Your Honor.
Bale, if you would look at the map, or if you can imagine the map, in the mouth of Manila Bay, ito po yung sa dulo, sa most protruding part of Manila Bay, which is the southern part of the Bataan Peninsula, Mariveles to Cavite, is the bridge. Sa throat or sa lalamunan ng Manila Bay, dun po yung coastal road. Sana po makonsider na ng Public Works, and if I may suggest, let's go a few steps further na bukod sa highway o sa road, planuhin na po natin na gawing ring dike para mawala na po yung perennial flooding with pumping stations, no? Perennial flooding sa lower parts of Bataan, Pampanga, Bulacan, and Manila. Sana po magawa natin ang study para ma-implement din po natin after the bridge.
Certainly, Your Honor, that we'll look into.
Next point po, Mr. Secretary, doon po sa concession agreement ng Metro Pacific sa NLEX, meron pong third phase going from NLEX to Bataan. May we know the status of this project, Mr. Secretary? Dahil malaking tulong dito, ma-decongest yung mga traffic.
I think I have been informed, Your Honor, that we are still awaiting for the submission of the complete details of the proposal from the proponent, the concessionaire of under the Metro Pacific company, Your Honor.
Pero since this is part of the concession agreement, may say po ba yung DPWH dito para ma-fast track yung implementation?
Yes, Your Honor, eventually, because this will have to go through the Toll Regulatory Board. Because this is a connection of the existing special toll operation agreement of NLEX going to Bataan. So certainly the department, of course, will be involved in the technical review of the proposed expressway extension, Your Honor.
Thank you, Mr. Secretary. I have a letter coming from the governor of the province, all the district representatives, and all the mayors requesting the DPWH to help facilitate this very vital infrastructure. Papareceive ko na lang po mamayang konti. And second to the last point, Mr. Secretary, may ginawa po yung region na Mariveles Bridge na hindi natapos, na wala ng pondo. Alam niyo naman po yung Mariveles, nandun po yung Freeport area of Bataan, ang dami pong tao. So parang kalahati lang po ng tulay ang nagawa. So ang tagal na po nakapending nito. May we know the status of this bridge, Mr. Secretary?
Yes, yes, Your Honor. I think the completion of the bridge, Your Honor, has been, the completion of the bridge, Mariveles Bridge, has already been allocated for 2023, Your Honor.
So hopefully matapos na po at yung contractor na nawala, hopefully merong repercussions po yung dating gumawa na hindi naman po natapos.
Opo.
So finally, alam ko wala na akong oras, Mr. Chair. May we have a list of the lump sum regional projects, particularly in Region 3, para meron din po kaming listahan, Mr. Secretary. And once again, maraming salamat po sa buong DPWH family and especially to our dear
Yes, Your
Secretary.
Honor. We'll comply.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Maraming salamat, Kong Ahmed
Mr. Chair?
Garcia. We'll proceed now to the next interpolator or the manifestation from Vice Chair Tony Pet Albano.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. First of all, to our dear chairperson and the DPWH secretary,
Mr. Tony,
and to your team.
Mr. Tony, can you move back 6 inches from the
6
mic?
inches.
Yeah.
Parang napakaganda ng number mo, 6 inches.
Yeah.
In any case, Mr. Chair, thank you for that. My distinguished colleagues, Secretary Manuel Buloan, I likened him to the Bible. He was resurrected by no less than the President because he is one of the best in the DPWH. His reputation exceeds all others, and you have seen his willingness in working with all the problems that were discussed during this hearing. He has been patient, he has been equitable and gracious, and most of all, he was very approachable. On behalf of the Speaker, Speaker Martin Romualdez, who is also willing to help look for funds to make sure that most of our districts are funded, and especially our parochial concerns are actually met so that we can go back to our districts and constituents to show them that we are working for them. I know very well that the Speaker and Secretary Manny Bonoan have been together in trying to solve all the problems that were elucidated in this hearing, Mr. Chair. And therefore, this representation is, of course, in full support to the budget that has been given. It may not be perfect, as it was, of course, prepared by the previous administration, and there are, of course, problems in the way it was crafted because they were not there in the beginning of this year. And therefore, I urge my colleagues, especially in the majority, to support the budget of the DPWH fully in its entirety and to now pass the torch to terminate the hearings so that we can go to plenary. And because it is a Friday, I will now yield to the beautiful Senior Vice Chair, Stella Kimbo po. That is my manifestation, Mr. Speaker.
Please proceed, Senior Vice Chair.
Yes, if the chair will allow me. Before I move to terminate, I have 2 points to make, if I may. So, first of all, Mr. Secretary, can you confirm that the NEP 2023 amount for capital outlay is 680 billion, which is about 21 billion higher than the NEP 2022 amount.
That's correct, Your Honor.
Okay. So, and of the 21 billion peso increase, looking at the breakdown, tama po ba na ang allocation para sa program, so ibig sabihin ng programs, hindi ba ito po yung pondo na nilalagay sa infrastructure projects? Tama po? And based on our figures, the NEP allocation for programs decreased from 548 billion in 2022 to 532 billion in 2023. So in other words po, from 2022, from NEP 2022 to NEP 2023, nagkaroon po ng 16 billion decrease for infrastructure projects. Tama po?
Yeah. Yes, I think, opo.
And if we look at the payment of right-of-way, ito naman po ay umakyat from NEP 2022 of 21.3 billion to 37.5 billion for the NEP 2023.
Yes.
Tama po.
Yes,
In
sir.
other words, 16 billion ang increase comparing the two NEP amounts. Tama po, for right-of-way. So in other words, yung pong dinecrease in NEP amounts for programs, which is 16 billion, yun naman po ay napunta sa payment of right-of-way. Tama po?
Your Honor, for the payment, tama po yun. I just want to, one of the components actually nito, Your Honor, is well, for 2022, the NEP allocation for road right-of-way is about 21.3 billion, but under the GAA, eventually it's 1.1 billion.
Tama po. But we're just trying to understand
Yes, Your Honor.
the NEP 2022 to NEP 2023.
Yes, Your
So in
Honor.
other words, ang understanding ko po is, although the pie of DPWH increased, the slice that went to programs is actually smaller today because the slice that goes to payment of right-of-way increases by the same amount. So
Yes.
parang if I were to summarize what happened to the allocation, ganun po ang nangyari.
Yes.
And therefore po, if by the efforts of the House and the Senate, nakahanap po tayo ng dagdag na pondo para sa DPWH, kayo po ba ay susuportahan ang move to put the increased allocation for programs, meaning for actual infrastructure projects, dahil po, ito po ang inaasahan natin, natutulak po sa ating GDP growth. Dahil po sa 2023, ang inahabol po natin na GDP growth is 7%. So kinakailangan talaga natin dagdagan ang pondo sa infrastructure projects nang sa ganon ay ma-take advantage po natin yung tinatawag na infrastructure multiplier. Tama po ba, Mr. Secretary?
Tamang-tama po, Your Honor.
Ayan. So maganda naman po that we are on the same
Tamang-tama
page.
po.
And for my last point po, ako po ay representante ng District 2 ng Marikina. And as you know, lagi po kaming binabaha. And in fact, of course, nangyari ang Ondoy noong September 2009 at dahil po talagang kinawawa po ng Ondoy ang Marikina, ito po ay naging trigger para sa pagkakaroon ng isang National Flood Control Program na naaprubahan naman po ng NEDA the following year, if my memory serves me right. Unfortunately po, up to today, that flood control plan has not yet been fully implemented. And dahil po doon, in the previous Congress, I filed a bill to institutionalize this National Flood Control Plan. And dahil po doon, naging importante po sa akin na mag-coordinate doon po sa aming UPMO. Kaya alam po, unfortunately, since I became a congressperson in 2019, never ko po nakausap ang aming flood control Management Cluster Project Director, na si Mr. Mon Ariola. So repeatedly, I tried to discuss with him because of course it is important na coordinated po kung anong ginagawa namin na legislation dito sa Kongreso ay dapat naman po coordinated doon po sa flood control initiatives doon po sa aming distrito. But unfortunately, I never met him despite my repeated invitations kahit na via Zoom. And in fact po, last week kahit po busy po tayo sa budget briefings, I invited him and he actually confirmed. I waited for 2 hours last week, but he did not show up. So sa akin po, kung kaya niya pong gawin yan sa isang representante, ano pa kaya kay Juan de la Cruz? So para sa akin lang po, I know it sounds like a specific concern, but I believe it is also a general concern, which is yung standards po ng professionalism natin dito sa DPWH. So, yun lang po ang sa akin, if the director wishes to continue behaving in this manner, I genuinely believe that he has no business in government. I don't need a reply from Mr. Secretary. Okay na po yun. And at this point, there being no other member from the majority or the minority who wishes to interpolate, and please also kindly take note of all the data requests made today, including, of course, the request of Representative Alan T. na meron po talagang deadline na 24 hours. So with that po, I move to terminate the budget hearing of the Department of Public Works and Highways.
Second, Mr. Chair.
Congratulations.
Seconded.
The budget briefing of
Shaken.
DPWH is hereby terminated. And we suspend the budget hearing. We shall be back around 4:45 for the next agency.
sir. Oh, dito po tingin. Ready, sir? Ready, ma'am? Ready, 1, 2. Smile. Here, 1, 2. Okay, boss. Kita. One more. Ready. Repeat, chairman, dumating. Sabihan mo na si Tadzo. Repeat mo na. Sir, pa-repeat nun ni chairman dumating. Chairman dumating. Late eh. Oh, maganda siya. Mas better yan. Okay pala gano'n, no? Panalo Mayor.
Kindly settle down. We will begin the budget briefing by the NCIP shortly.
Basta kay ako rin tawagan niya sa buko kay ako na may budget sila mo niya. Oo, sige. Okay. Oo, yes, yes, yeah. Sige, i-text lang na ako ha, kaya magsugod na ba? Ha? Sige.
Kala ko kay boss yan. I'll just ask you.
Kasi manupot. Parang gusto ako. Wala.
They won't ask. Nag-usap na sila ni Secretary. NCIP.
Pwede naman natin open na yung discussion sa aling itatanong.
Yes. I'll just ask you. The budget hearing is resumed. Esteemed colleagues, Chairperson Allen Capuyan, NCIP family, ladies and gentlemen, magandang hapon po. Today, we shall consider once again the proposed budget of the National Commission on Indigenous Peoples. We deferred the budget of the NCIP last week because, as Rep. Edsel Lagman said, the Commission is doubling on activities which are not within its mandate using their meager funds. So ito po ang naging dahilan kung bakit tayo nag-defer. And just to refresh our memory, the mandate of the NCIP is to protect and promote the welfare of our IPs and indigenous cultural communities. The NCIP administers programs like the Ancestral Domain, Land Recognition, Educational Assistance Program to IP students, as well as legal services to ICCs and IPs. So today, as we reconsider the budget, we shall keep in mind the official mandate of the NCIP. May we have a productive meeting. And at this point, I would like to inform the NCIP that your lead sponsor for the plenary debates is Representative Medicua of the Quirino Province. Before we proceed, Mr. Capuyan, do you wish to give some remarks?
Thank you, Madam Chair. With the permission, I will remove my face mask. We sent an official letter to the House of Representatives and concerned congressmen on the issues of conflict on the mandate of NCIP and why it is performing other activities. We have submitted the first document, which is the Republic Act number 8371. The second document we submitted is Executive Order number 70, series of 2018, in which the National Commission of Indigenous Peoples as an agency is part of the 17 agencies as executive members in implementing the whole of government approach, the whole of nation approach to the framework of good governance in putting an end to the local communist armed conflict. It happens also that before I was appointed as chairperson of the NCIP, I was designated as presidential advisor for indigenous people concerned in 2018. And on the same year, the last quarter, I was designated as the executive director of the National Task Force LCAC. And the guidance was, I will assume also as chairperson of NCIP the following year, which actually I initially declined because of the gargantuous task, but ultimately I accepted the position on June of 2019, but maintaining my position as the executive director of the NTEP LCAC. I included in my submission, starting even as early as 2018, what were the activities of the Office of the Presidential Advisor up to the year of 2022, wherein I enumerated therein the buy-in of NCIP in the whole of nation, whole of government approach. And in its details, you will find out that those activities mainstream the burning issues in the ancestral domain. It gives the opportunity to the agency and to the 16 million ICCIPs that their issues and concern will be tackled in the government 12 lines of national effort and in the 17 joint regional task forces. And in the last of our submission, we also included the framework that will answer the question, what is the bottom line? Why NCIP is doing these activities? What is really the bottom line of Republic Act in 8371? We have submitted 11 major activities, which we call the 11 building blocks. And in these 11 building blocks, very clearly that the Communist Party of the Philippines has major programs as early as 30 plus years ago. And just to give an example, one of our major tasks is to make sure that in the universe of 1,500 ancestral domain nationwide, we should be able to validate, check, document, and confirm the indigenous political structure, the IP governance, the Council of Elders. But in the Communist Party programs, their first program in the ancestral domain is to supplant traditional leaders and replacing them with revolutionary ones. Meaning to say, as we perform our task in these 11 major blocks, we are confronted with real situation on the ground that causes the radicalization and the destruction of their culture. And it was the NTEP LCAC that provides NCIP the opportunity that we can bring this problem in the 12 national efforts, and this is discussed not only by NCIP, but by other agencies of government. So I submit, Madam Chair, our explanation as part of the continuation of the last hearing. Magandang hapon po.
Salamat, Director Kapuyan. At this point, I open the floor to questions, but before we proceed, I'd like to acknowledge the presence of Vice Chair and former Appropriations Chair, Representative Josie Lim Kai Chong, who is the lead sponsor for the DSWD budget. So the first to interpolate, of course, at this point, memorize natin ang rules. 5 minutes lang po for questions. Chair recognizes Representative Rufus Rodriguez.
Thank you, Madam Chair Stella Kimbo, our distinguished colleagues who are present here this afternoon, and of course, to Chairperson Yusek Alvin Kapuyan, and all the officialdom of the NCIP. Madam Chair, based on the proposed budget of the NCIP, remember that the Philippines is a tripartite country. Christians, Muslims, and Lumans, or indigenous peoples. This is the agency that takes care of our indigenous peoples from Batanes to Jolo, to Tawi-Tawi. But I am amazed that their budget is so small. In fact, the only of the 5.268 trillion budget, the budget of our indigenous peoples, the first ones, the first nation, the first group of indigenous peoples before the coming of the Spaniards and the Americans and the Japanese were the indigenous peoples. However, the proposed budget was very small, only 2.8 billion pesos. That was the proposal. And do you know how much DBM sadly gave them? 50% only. And imagine a tripartite country where one segment of society which is more in need of our support, being in the rural areas, in the upland areas, in the mountains and hills of our country, they were only given 1.468 billion, Madam Chair, 1,468 million only. It is clear, Madam Chair, that there is a cut of 1.4 billion. In fact, their budget this year is 1.5, and for 2023, it will be reduced by 36 million. It's more reduction, but it shows the neglect. It shows the non-attention of the national government to our indigenous peoples. And Cagayan de Oro hosts the Higaonon tribe. You know, Cagayan de Oro is a small city. It has the lowlands, and then just about 5 kilometers are already the mountains and the hills. They are there, Madam Chair. And yet, they were given 1.4 billion. And so I ask our dear chairperson, is this 1.4 enough to give justice to our indigenous peoples all over the country?
Madam Chair, Your Honor, 1.4 billion is not enough as a budget for the ICC's IPs because, as I mentioned, the universe of the IPs is 1,500 ancestral domain. And with that 11 building blocks, we evaluated it and we found out that we have, for the last 25 years, NCIP were only able to accomplish 25% of its mandate, or an average of 1% a year, Your Honor.
How much would you need every year to be able to get the 75%? They cannot wait anymore. You know, the Philippines has been earlier in 1417 discovered by the Chinese. And from that time on, in the records of the Ming Dynasty under Emperor Yongle, already the Philippines existed, and these are our indigenous peoples. So therefore, how much do you need?
Madam Chair, Your Honor, as early as 2019, we proposed to the Office of the President an amount of 3 billion a year for the next 10 years to catch up the situation that we finished the 75% in 10 years po. Madam Chair, Your Honor.
Very clear, Madam Chair, only 3 billion. What a small 0.001% of our trillion budget. And therefore, Madam Chair, it is our duty. This is now a duty for all our members of Congress to look at this sector having been neglected for the past 30 years. And therefore, it is our duty, and we should therefore exercise our wisdom, collective wisdom of all our representatives to be able to unite and with our power of the purse, reverse this trend of inattention, this trend of neglect on our indigenous peoples. That is why I waited, Madam Chair. Even if there was a very long line in the Department of Public Works and Highways, I waited for this particular hearing of the NCIP because we cannot wait any longer. Our indigenous peoples, brothers and sisters, cannot anymore wait until they need our support, Madam Chair. So therefore, Madam Chair, we ask for more budget for our IP scholarship. We give more budget for those board exam takers who are IPs. And therefore, Madam Chair, I move that we approve the budget of 1.4 billion plus, and this is the most important point, plus 1.4 billion to be able to give them 2.8 billion. Thank you, Madam Chair. Exact on time.
Thank you for leaving. Oh, eksakto lang. Rep. Rodriguez, we take note of all of your motions, which we will consider at a proper time, and you will be happy to know that beginning next week, we will have our plenary debates. Panahon na para makapag-propose ng amendments, Rep. Rodriguez, but not now. On that note, yes,
Just a slight manifestation. I agree with him because I'm Ibanag. I'm one of the indigenous peoples here in the Philippines. Kung magsalita, permit me to speak Ibanag. Makasta nga umata ni kumungaming, so Ibanag, taga Isabela, taga Kabagan. And so, mabe-benefit po ako sa sinasabi ni Congressman, my good mentor, Chair Rufus Rodriguez. So I'm in support of this measure. Thank you, Madam.
salamat. Rep. Albano. The chair now recognizes from the independent minority, Representative Edsel Lagman.
Thank you, Madam Chair. May inquire from the chieftain of the NCIP whether there is a specific amount in your proposed budget allocated for anti-dissident activities?
Director ko po yan.
Madam Chair, Your Honor, there is none in the budget of over 1.5 billion that we're undertaking an anti-insurgency movement. It is in the whole of nation approach that discussion on the insurgency are discussed, and most of these are hosted and sponsored by the funds available to the National Task Force LCAC Secretariat. But the funds which are submitted since 2019 does not put there that they will be advancing the anti-insurgency campaign.
May we know, Madam Chair, whether the agency proposed a budget for anti-dissident activities to the DBM?
Check po yan.
The typical budget requirements, you can see it in the budget of the Armed Forces of the Philippines, the Philippine National Police. As I mentioned, Madam Chair, Your Honor, wala kaming proposal po sa aming budget that specifically mention about the anti-insurgency campaign.
These are two different questions. My question is whether in your proposed budget, which we are hearing now, there is an amount allocated for anti-dissident activities, and you said no. My next question was whether you proposed to the DBM any amount for anti-dissident activities, and you said wala rin. In other words, Madam Chair, the NCIP has no funds to devour dissidents, so to speak. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Salamat, Rep. Lagman. Next to interpolate from the majority, we have Representative Rodante Marcoleta.
Salamat po, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, nung pong nakaraang ilang araw na nasuspend po ang hearing or briefing ng NCIP dahil meron po tayong mga kasamahan na tinutulig sa yung budget na di umano'y nagagamit po sa tinatawag nilang red tagging. Tama po ba yun, Madam Chair?
Chair ko po yan.
Madam Chair, Your Honor, that was the center issue that NCIP, specifically the chairperson, is conducting red tagging activities. Your Honor.
Madam Chair, gusto ko pong samantalahin ang pagkakataong ito to ask the chairman of the NCIP, did you bother to look into the English dictionary if there is a word red tagging?
Madam Chair, Your
Or
Honor,
red tag?
there's no such...
Meron po ba?
Wala po kami na-encounter na salitang red tagging. Madam
Meron
Chair,
po
Your
kasi, Madam Chair, meron po ako nakita red panda, red tide, red wine. Pero kinonsulto ko po yung maski na yung dictionary po natin dito sa library na napakakapal. Hindi ko po nakita yung red tag. Kaya ako po yung nagtataka kung bakit pinipilit na isangkot yung salita na wala naman sa English dictionary, patawarin na po ninyo ako sapagkat hindi ko po talaga alam ang isang salita kung wala naman sa diksyonaryo. At kung ito ang magiging batayan na gagamitin pa para i-defer ang isang budget ng isang, masasabi nating napaka-importante ring agency. At hindi naman ako nagtataka, kaya nga lungkot na lungkot si Honorable Rufus Rodriguez sa napakaliit na parang pitans, parang kumbaga alam po niyo, Madam Chair, sa paghahalintulad na lang, parang budget na para sa dagang dingding na lang. Alam mo, Mr. Chair, kung ano ibig sabihin ng dagang dingding? Madam Chair?
Chair ko po yan.
I'm sorry, Madam Chair, Your Honor.
O sige, sasabihin ko sa'yo. Ang daga kasi, mahirap talaga yan. Pag sinabi mong daga ka, mahirap yan. Yung dagang dingding, ito ang pinakamahirap sa mga daga. Totoo ito. Kaya nga, ako kaninang nagtatalumpati, ang aking matalik na kaibigan. Talagang, totoo naman eh. Kasi kung yung pong bahagi ng inyong pondo na ginagamit doon sa tinatawag ninyo, kasi pinapakinggan ko kayo meron kayong legal basis po Yung tinatawag nating whole of nation approach to help the government, dito po sa pagkuha natin ng kapayapaan para mapahinto yung mga local communist armed conflict. Kung sakasakali pong nagagamit ang konting barya na yan sa pagtulong sa kapapayapaan ng ating bansa, kasalanan po ba yun, Madam Chair?
Chair ko po yan.
Madam Chair, Your Honor, palagi ko po hindi because the higher calling of the agency is to make sure the recognition, respect, and promotion of the rights of the indigenous peoples.
Ang totoo po, Madam Chair, nakasulat po naman letra por letra sa ating saligang batas. The state may call upon its citizens to defend the state. Tama po ba yun, Madam Chair, Your Honor?
Madam Chair, Your Honor, tama po siya.
Ngayon po, kung sakasakaling nakagamit tayo ng konti sa mga ibinigay na pondo sa inyo upang ating matugunan ang pangangailangan ng Estado sa pangkalahatang kapayapaan ng mga komunidad. Because I understand, Madam Chair, that these communities, these indigenous cultural communities and groups of indigenous peoples are vulnerable communities. The NCIP has the obligation to make them resilient, make them strong, capable of repelling the factors that might weaken their way of life. Kasi po kung malakas ang ating community, Madam Chair, di ba mas malakas po ang ating republika? Kasalanan po ba kung sakaling sa pagtugon ninyo sa mandato ninyo, meron po yatang Republic Act na pinagbabatayan ninyo na kailangan po ninyong tumulong sa whole of nation approach sa kapapayapaan ng ating bansa. Tama po ba yun, Madam Chair?
Chair ko po yan.
Tama po, Madam Chair, Your Honor.
Kahit na po wala sa dictionary yung red tag, ang parang pagkakaintindi, kapag sinasabi nila yung red tagging, parang nagle-label tayo ng isang grupo ng tao na parang makakaliwa. Ganun ang pagkakaintindi, hindi po ba, Madam Chair, Your Honor?
Yes, Madam Chair, Your Honor. Ganun po ang parang pinaparating na mensahe pag nag-red tagging po.
Pero kailangan mo pa bang mag-red tag, Madam Chair, Your Honor? Hindi ba kilala mo na rin sila kung sino-sino sila?
Kaya nga po, Madam Chair, Your Honor, ang ginagawa po, hindi lang NCIP, pati ibang ahensya ng gobyerno, ay nagtutruth-telling siya. Sinasabi niya ang katotohanan at binasi natin ito sa bagong labas po na Unmasking the CPP na 2 taon po na ginawa ng mga Communist Party members. At ito po ay inilathala para makita ang katotohanan na ito ang tunay na mukha po ng communist terrorists sa kanilang tinatawag na revolutionary dual tactics at lies and deception po.
Yun nga po, Madam Chair. Hindi mo naman kailangang gamitin na natin yung salita na yun. Hindi mo naman kailangang mag-label Hindi mo naman kailangang mag-red tag eh. Kasi kilalang kilala naman sila ng ating mga kababayan. Identified naman po sila eh. Madali silang makilala, Madam Chair. Kapag ka ang budget ay budget ng Armed Forces, pagka ang budget ay budget ng National Police, itong mga institusyon na to, Madam Chair, ang talagang itinalaga ng ating pamahalaan para talagang yung integridad and sovereignty ng ating bansa ay mapanatili. Ito ang kanilang pipiliting susuklayin. Talagang bubusisiin, talagang pati kalit-liit ang pondo o barya diyang kinakailangan nila. Para bang hindi importante sa kanila. Nabigyan natin ng pondo ang mga hensyang sila ang tagapagtanggol ng seguridad ng ating bansa at ng ating mga mamayan. Hindi ba kilala mo sila, Madam Chair, Your Honor?
Madam
Rep.
Chair,
Marcoleta, before you reply, Rep. Marcoleta, your time is up. Chair ko po yan.
Madam Chair, Your Honor, halos karamihan sa kanila ay kilala ko po dahil ako po ay naging former military officer at most of my assignment po ay sa Scout Ranger kung hindi po sa intelligence operation po, Your Honor, Madam Chair.
Salamat. Rep.
Salamat po.
Marcoleta.
Salamat po. Pero bukod sa iyo, kilala rin sila ng ating mga mamamayan. Tama po?
Sigurado po yun na Madam Chair, Your Honor, dahil sila ang nakahahalubilo sa araw-araw doon po sa mga ancestral domain. Madam Chair, Your Honor.
Kindly wind up, Rep. Marcoleta.
Salamat po, Madam Chair. Salamat, Your Honor.
Napakahalaga talaga ng NCIP dahil nag-i-interpolate ngayong hapon ay ang pinakamahuhusay na abogado ng Kongreso.
Yes, a
Rep. Lagman.
manifestation. Madam, thank you. Madam Chair, language is in the process of a continuing evolution. There are terms of recent vintage which are not found in the Merriam-Webster dictionary, but they are being used and they are being understood with their good or bad connotations. So I would just like to say that even if red tagging is not in the Webster, with Merriam-Webster dictionary, it is understood. The head of the NCIP understood what is red tagging. It's actually derogatory to the victims of red tagging. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Salamat.
Madam
Rep.
Chair,
Lagman.
1 minute reaction.
Yes,
I will
please
fully
proceed.
agree, Madam Chair, that language or even specific phrases, even vernaculars, undergo evolution. Yung etymology nga ng language will probably is within span of years. But in the devolution, Madam Chair, of a language, nobody, no one single group can impose its own definition of a particular word. Sa kanila lang nanggaling yung red tag. It should not be imposed on a society. Kinakailangang mapag-isipan natin kung tama nga yung pagkakagamit. No one group. It will take one generation. We're speaking siguro 137 languages today, Madam Chair. Pero lahat ng lingwaheng ito, vernacular man, mapa-Pilipino lahat. Generations po ang pinanggalingan yan. So pag ginamit mo lang ngayon red tag, it's only used by one single group. Hindi magka-qualify po yun kagad. Kailangan dumaan sa proseso talaga. Sa ngayon po, masasabi ko talagang wala po sa dictionary at hindi ko po naiintindihan. Kinakailangan nila sigurong ipaliwanag mabuti at gamitin natin ng malaganap para sa ngayon, ma-internalize natin na yung pala yung pinag-uusapan natin. Salamat po, Madam Chair.
Salamat po. Patuloy na natin ang talakayan tungkol sa panukalang budget ng NCIP. We can continue this interesting conversation in the proper venue. Next to interpolate from the majority is Representative Mark Go via Zoom.
Yes, Madam Chair, magandang hapon po sa lahat, lalong-lalo na kay Chairman Kapuyan. Isa pong mapagpalang araw sa inyong lahat nandito ngayon sa Kongreso both online at saka face-to-face. Ang unang tanong ko po ay, magkano po ang proposed budget ninyo na isinabit sa Department of Budget bago po na ilabas itong NEP, yung pong budget ng 2023 under NEP? Ginoong Kapuyan.
Madam Chair, Your
Madam
Honor,
Chair.
we propose 2.854 billion for the year 2023, ngunit ang naaprubahan po ay 1.4 something billion, lower by almost 35 million compared to 2022 po, Madam Chair, Your Honor.
So dito po sa nabawasan na budget na nandun sa NEP, meron po bang mga programa na maapektuhan na gusto nyong gawin na hindi nyo rin nagawa nitong 2022? Honorable Kapuyan, Madam Chair.
Madam Chair, Your Honor, malaki po ang apektado sa ating budget kasi ang isang pinaka number one na activity ay ang delineation of ancestral domain. Para maging klaro po ito na ito ay hindi nakasama sa public land at ito ay private communal property po. Yun po ang pinaka-major activity po na napiktuhan, Madam Chair, Your Honor.
Madam Chair, our Chairman of NCIP, magmula po nung naitayo itong NCIP under Republic Act 8371, yung IPRA law, mga ilang porsyento na po ang na-identify ninyo at naibigay na sa ating pong mga katutubo sa buong bansa? Ginoong Kapuyan, Madam Chair.
Madam Chair, Your Honor, sa universe po ng katutubo na ancestral domain, nasa almost 1,000 at yung ancestral land naman ay almost 500. So more or less 1,500 ancestral domain, ancestral land. And for each ancestral domain, ancestral land, there are 11 major activities na dapat naming gagampanan. Sa loob ng 25 years of existence of NCIP, ay lumalabas lamang na ang aming naisaayos sa 11 building blocks sa 1,500 areas is only something like 25% po, or an average or 1% a year. Madam Chair, Your Honor.
O sa palagay po ninyo, magagawa lang ninyo ito kung yung budget pong iniingin ninyo ay maibigay sa inyo nitong 2023. At kahit na maibigay ito, kulang pa ito doon sa plano ninyo na magampanan ang buong responsibilidad ng NCIP sa ating pong mga katutubo sa buong bansa. Mr. Kapuyan, Madam Chair.
Madam Chair, Your Honor, yan po ay totoo. Sa proposal namin na 2.8, parang siya yung representation of a 3 billion per year, and we're hoping na it will be a budget for the succeeding 10 years po. Yun po ang direksyon at programa na ginagawa namin sa National Commission on Indigenous Peoples po, Madam Chair, Your Honor.
Okay. Isa pong follow-up question pa, no, tungkol po dito sa mga nai-award na ninyo na mga ancestral land sa ating pong mga ilang katatubo, lalong-lalo na po dito sa Baguio. Yung pong mga kaso na na-file ng mga iba't ibang institutions laban po sa mga desisyon ng NCIP, meron na po bang naresolba rito? Ginoong Kapuyan, Madam Chair.
Madam Chair, Your Honor, salamat po sa katanungan na yan. Ang nangyari po sa Baguio, base sa Republic Act 8371, ay hindi dapat magdeklara ng ancestral domain at ancestral land dyan. Ngunit in the previous years ay may mga issuances po ng tinatawag natin ng CALTI at CADTI. At gusto ko lang sabihin din na nagkaroon ng desisyon ng Supreme Court na kamalian yung nangyari na ginawa ng NCIP. At ito ay aming nirekognisa. Kaya kami ay maraming pag-uusap sa City Mayor ng Baguio City, pag-uusap po doon sa Camp John Hay, kasi ang nangyari na po, ito ay nagiging CALTI na, at kung saan na po napunta sa mga pangalan ang mga titulong ito. At we recognize, Madam Chair, Your Honor, that the city government of Baguio has a major concern of this because of the watershed area. Pati naman din sa Camp John Hay, kasi meron siyang ancestral domain doon. So meron po itong technical working group at tuloy-tuloy na pag-uusap po with the local government of Davao City, with DNR, with even LRA po, at saka sa Camp John Hay. Pero sabi ko nga, ito ay napakalaking issue dahil ang dahilan kaya nagkaroon ng batas IPRA o Republic Act 8071 dahil po sa Carino case na taga Baguio City na dinesisyonan ito ng Supreme Court ng Amerikano na ang lupain sa Baguio City na pagmamayari ni Mr. Carino ay hindi po siya public land. Kaya ang sitwasyon ngayon, yung mismong nabigyan ng award na kanila ang ancestral domain ay hanggang ngayon hindi rin nila ito natamasa. Madam Chair, Your Honor.
Salamat po sa inyong pagpapaliwanag, Ginoong Kapuyan, Madam Chair. Yung pong panguling tanong ko, sa inyo pong pag-aanalisa sa mga nangyayari sa atin ngayon sa ating bansa, lalong-lalo na po dito sa ating budget ngayon ng NCIP, sa palagay po ninyo, magkano po ba talaga ang pwede nating hingin sa gobyerno para po madagdagan itong inyong budget na na-approve na nasa NEP? Ang hiningi po ninyo is 2.8 billion, pero ang nasa NEP po ay halos kalahati lang nitong hiningi nyo pong 2.8. Magkano po ba ang pwede nating maidagdag dito kung kayo po ay balikan po ninyo yung inyo pong recommendation, Ginoong Kapuyan, para po lalo po nyong mapagibayo ang inyong paggawa ng inyong tungkulin bilang sandigan po ng ating mga katutubo, hindi lamang po dito sa Cordillera, kundi sa buong bansa.
Madam Chair, Your Honor, recognizing the meager resources of government, kami po ay nagplano ulit dahil nabawasan kami sa proposal na almost 1.5. Meron kaming ipinopropose na 700 million pandagdag sa 2023 na masasabi namin na magampanan namin ang aming mga gawain po. Madam Chair, Your Honor.
Madam Chair, last, if we can request Honorable Kapuyan to submit to this committee the additional 700 million pesos na inihingi nila at ano yung mga programa na gusto nilang ipanukala para maituloy natin na dagdagan ang budget ng NCIP. Madam Chair, Honorable Kapuyan.
Chair Kapuyan is so directed.
Yes, Madam Chair, Your Honor, we already have the letter here proposing the additional 731 million dated 07 September 2022. And we will resubmit this again, Madam Chair, Your Honor.
Yes, Madam Chair, ako po ay tatayo sa ating plenaryo pagdating po ng plenary discussion ng ating budget at tayo po ay magpapanukala na dagdagan ang pondo ng o yung approved budget ng NCIP nito pong 2023. Maraming po salamat at magandang hapon po sa lahat.
Salamat, Rep. Go. There being no other member from the majority or the minority who wishes to interpolate, do I hear a motion? Vice Chair Lim Kay Chong.
Madam Chair, since there are no other members who wish to interpolate, I move to terminate the budget briefing of NCIP.
I second, Madam Chair.
Okay.
Duly seconded by Rep. Ino D. The motion to terminate the budget hearing of the NCIP is carried. Do I hear a motion to adjourn Vice Chair Bongalan?
Madam Chair, I respectfully move that the budget briefing be terminated. A budget hearing be terminated. I so move, Madam Chair.
Second.
Duly seconded by Representative Rufus Rodriguez. The budget hearing is adjourned.
Madam Chair, move to adjourn.
Kalituan na.